Welcome, everyone. We would be grateful if you could take your seats, please. If you need to discuss something urgently, do it outside. We are about to start the session of the Executive Bureau of United Cities and Local Governments within the framework of our World Congress. Welcome, everyone. We are starting the first hybrid session of this Congress, so we have participants online. We would be grateful if everybody takes now time to just pay attention to what is coming. We are about to get started and letting the online participants in. I will give you the floor. Welcome, everyone. Welcome also to the participants online. Welcome to the Executive Bureau of United Cities and Local Governments. I am delighted to introduce to you the chair of this session, our co-president, the mayor of Xi'an, Li Mingyuan. Thank you, co-president.
Dear colleagues, I welcome you to the business session of the UCLG Executive Bureau in the framework of the UCLG World Congress. It is a pleasure to see you again in person and online. Let me start by thanking the Mayor of Danzhong for hosting the UCLG World Congress in his beautiful city. Together with my colleagues, Mayor Johnny Aria, I want to thank all Executive Bureau members and their representatives for attending the meeting. Currently, instability, uncertainty, and insecurity are going up in the world. Despite it, peace and development as the core of our time remain unchanged. The aspiration of people for a better life remains unchanged, and the pursuit of solidarity and win-win cooperation remains unchanged. Only by combined wisdom and strength can we overcome obstacles of city development, making our share of contributions to realizing SDGs, building future cities in which no one and no place will be left behind. Now, allow me to give the floor to our host, Zhang Li, the mayor of Danzhong, for some brief welcome remarks.
죄송합니다. 저기 시장님께서 급한 그 양자 회의 때문에 자리를 비웠는데 다시 기회를 주시면 어떻겠습니까?
Okay. Okay, now I prefer to chair the session in Chinese. Dear friends, please allow me to switch the language. 好，接下来我将为各位同事一起正式开启今天的执行局会议。相信大家都收到了会议的议程。根据议程呢，今天的业务会议主要有2个部分，涵盖了多个需要讨论的议题。希望这样的形式能给带来更充分的讨论。我还想提醒所有线上参会的成员们大家如果需要发言，可以点击我们 Zoom 软件上的这个举手按钮，我们会尽可能照顾每个人的发言需求。如果各位没有异议，我请执行局成员通过业务会的议程。好，接下来我们请瑞士发展合作署南方合作部部长托马斯·盖斯先生致辞，线上致辞。
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all the executive members of all the members of the Executive Bureau. It's a great pleasure, a great honor to be able to join you this morning. And I would like to congratulate the UCLG and particularly also Secretary General Saiz for this important Congress being held right now in Daejeon. As was mentioned by the chair just now, we are currently in facing overlapping crises, and nonetheless, it is more important than ever to invest into long-term development, into making sure that the SDGs will become a reality for this generation and for generations to come. We need to make sure that while we address the humanitarian needs, while we address the short-term urgencies that are facing us, that at the same time we build the resilience of our societies, we maintain the solidarity amongst our people, we maintain a strong social contract between duty bearers and rights holders, between the state, the cities, the local governments, and their people. And that is why I'm so delighted and so honored to be participating in this important Congress, because indeed local governments and cities have a critical role to play in building the resilience of our societies and the capacity of our societies to rebound, to rebuild, as we are seeing it now in a number of places in this world. I'm delighted to be able to participate because there is a strong link between this Congress now and another summit that will be taking place later this year in December, on the 12th to 14th of December in Geneva, a summit of the Global Partnership on Effective Development Cooperation, a partnership in which the local cities and governments, the mayors united in this room today have participated and have contributed in a very precious way in the past. This conference will be actually held, as I said, from the 12th to the 14th of December in Geneva, and we'll be looking at how effective development cooperation can still be improved at this time of urgencies, in this time of need. And a few sessions during this summit will be very relevant also to the participants in today's Congress. For example, a special session on localizing development cooperation to reach the furthest behind. Then there is an important session on strengthening data, because indeed, if we don't have the information that we need to see the most vulnerable people, but also to build that accountability towards them, we will not be able to move forward. And then, of course, an important session that is actually being organized by the UCLG about local governments and decentralized budget support. So obviously, this is a conference that is looking specifically at the situation in developing countries, but we feel that especially local governments and cities have a really critical role to play and an input to make. To underscore that the principles of development effectiveness, that is country ownership, that is multi-stakeholder participation, a focus on results, and transparency and accountability are still as relevant as they have ever been, and that an effective development cooperation is needed now more than ever if we want to achieve the SDGs. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to acknowledge the important partnership that we have with Ambassador Thomas Gass as head of the South Cooperation Department of the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, and leading right now the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation. Indeed, the reason why we thought it would be appropriate for him to address this Executive Bureau is because, as you know, we will be adopting on Friday during our World Council a policy paper on development cooperation. And as Ambassador Gass was saying, we are trying to influence the way that development cooperation is dealing with local governments. In particular, how financing reaches local governments is a key priority to us. So we wanted to make the Executive Bureau aware of how important the stakes are, how high they are for this summit that Ambassador Gass has announced. So thank you very much, Ambassador Gass, and thank you, Chair.
好，谢谢纳什先生。下面我们进行1乘1。各位同事，我们将回顾上一次执行局会议的报告。上次执行局在地中海城市移民论坛的框架下，与西班牙的塞利维亚市成功举办。我们成员们参加了很多有关移民问题的会议环节，讨论如何减少歧视，关注青年移民。这个大家手中的会议资料就有塞维利亚执行局会议的详细的报告涵盖了会中主要议题和重大的决定，请大家对这个报告看看是否有异议。如果没有异议，请各位成员通过塞维利亚执行局会议的报告。好，接下来我们进行1乘2，讨论组织的政策重点和战略优先事项，包括以下内容：第一，重点工作领域的更新，包括政策与倡议、研究和学习；第二，世界城地组织委员会的报告；第三，地方行动港倡议最新的进展。在国际形势受到多种危机影响的背景下，地方和区域政府在国际上扮演的作用十分关键。我们需要提升地方和区域政府间的团结合作，加强成员之间的合作，开展学习，为地区、国家和国际层面的各种倡议发声发力。受到世界理事会的授权后世界城地组织秘书处 开始推进2022到2028的多年度工作战略的更新。多年工作战略依然在可持续发展的目标框架下，体现组织致力于加速实现可持续发展目标的承诺和责任。战略将围绕未来公约展开，自下而上的方式更新社会契约。不同的社会群体的热情和希望推动着成地组织的工作。我们各级政府跨部门的紧密合作，让我们成地组织也充满了力量。那么，下面我们邀请秘书长艾米莉亚·塞斯女士介绍组织的重点工作领域。
Thank you very much, and I bear the patience of everyone. We are dealing with many languages, and so there is a little bit of a delay. We will be patient. Thank you very much, Chair. Well, as you were saying, this year has been a challenging year. We all expected the pandemic to be really over, and still we have faced many challenges. And our work program has obviously been affected by those challenges. What we want to report to the Executive Bureau is an overview of what our key areas have been, but also how this is going to be reflected in our work program. And we have understood this year, concretely at the beginning of the year, when the invasion of Ukraine took place, we were all together at our retreat in Barcelona, and our organization was truly put to the test. We understood that unity was more important than ever, and that we had to really build on the power of the power of doing things together, the collective power of our world organization to continue working and put care at the center of our agenda through the promotion of the feminist leadership, a new type of leadership with empathy at the center, but also with new items in our work program. And so what we are proposing is to build on the work that has been done this year on health for all and accessibility, cities and territories, but as well as our municipal peace talks and the World Forum of Cities and Territories of Peace, and our work on migration to really inspire our work program. This is what we are proposing, while giving a special attention to continuing pleading for increased decentralization, increased competencies and capacities for local governments, and increased financing, which is part of the previous discussion we have on the development agenda about access to financing, both on the development agenda, but at national and international agendas in general. This year we have seen a very important meeting taking place within the framework of the United Nations, the review of the new urban agenda. You will hear in the report that will be coming to the World Council the relevant recommendations that were brought there by our representatives. But I would like to also highlight that within the framework of this gathering, we have been doing a strong plea for a special chamber or a special space for local and regional governments to be opened up in the United Nations. And we will inform further during the World Council on the Advisory Committee on Sustainable Urbanization that was set up by the President of the General Assembly, but also the Advisory Committee for Local and Regional Governments that the Secretary General of the United Nations has proposed to set up. Our work on the interlocution with national governments has gained force this year with strong recommendations both to the G7 that gathered for the first time ministries in charge of local government, and our collaboration with our colleagues from ICLEI has been extremely fruitful in bringing that dialogue further, but also the urban perspective to the G20 process under the chair of Indonesia, and with a strong involvement from the governor of Jakarta, and obviously also our section, our ASPAC session that hosted us for that gathering. I'm not going to mention all the work areas, food systems, digitalization and sustainable mobility and transportation, but also the special role of local and regional governments in oceans to promote ecological transformation, all parts of our future strategy. You have a full report in your papers, and I would like just to emphasize that later during this session, as we transition to the plenary consultation, we will be launching our flagship report on decentralization and local democracy, which is this time, in this edition, devoted to equality. You will hear more about it then. And furthermore, we have been progressing with learning activities. We have greatly developed the Learning with UCLG platform with many online courses that everyone can actually follow, but also developed our specific peer-to-peer agenda. Chair, a very rich agenda that we feel should continue if you agree with our work program, the proposal that we are putting through on Friday. I would stop here and want to hear from members if they have any additional remarks. Thank you.
好，谢谢赛兹秘书长。我们也欢迎我们线上线下参会的人员对秘书长介绍的这个发表意见。如果有意见要发表，在线上的话，可以按那个 Zoom 软件的举手键。
You need to speak. Give her the. Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gaas did mention the Geneva Conference on Development Cooperation. And I would like to bring up the policy paper from the CIB. And it's about development cooperation. And it will be on the agenda of the World Council on Friday. And it certainly shows opportunities and challenges of local government in development cooperation. And I think it could be an important input because it gives insight in the state of affairs around that topic. I think we would be happy to contribute in Geneva on more than implementation, also decision-making and policy-making. It might be a chance for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 这个还有没有要发言可以举手？卡洛斯·莫雷诺先生。Carlos. Please. You.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to share with you our work with UCLG for developing beyond the Pact for the Future, an initiative with UN Habitat, Save for the Cities and other organizations for creating the International Observatory of Proximities in order to work with the academic world, researchers, local governance, local collectivities in territories for joining our efforts for creating more local services, more proximities in this idea of the 50-minute city, 30-minute territory, and other kinds of local service. I'm very happy as Sorbonne University in Paris to lead this activity, and I would like to thank Emilia Saiz and the team of your support. The Pact for the Future is a way for developing this triple way: people, planet, governments. And in the Pact for the Future, proximity is one of the leverages for developing more livability in cities, in territories, more services. The International Observatory of Proximities is a very important opportunity for federating our best efforts in order to join more and more cities, territories, and to, around the world, continue to propose this implementation of proximities, livability, ecology, proximity, solidarity, and feminism. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we jump it. Jordan, Mayor Jordan. Please.
Okay, thank you, my chair. This is my first hearing at this Congress, and I am very thankful for the people and all organizations that hold this Congress. I have two questions. The first one, I think, of course, we have a plan. The first question, what are the assessment or the evaluation for the major objective that we put in the previous period? How many the percentage of the achieving of this percentage of this objective? The second question, I think one of the major goals for this organization, that is the mutual cooperation and mutual experience between these municipalities or local government. How you can evaluate the change or the transfer of the experience, transfer the knowledge between these cities and the local government? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I need to check if I understood correctly. You would like to know what percentage of our previous work program we have achieved? Is that your question? I didn't. Yes, is that the question? Well, according to the 4 audits that we have.
Yes, it's the first question.
Yes. So according to the 4 audits, programmatic audits that we have had around the work program, we have achieved over 90% of our indicators. So it is a very high percentage indeed. Your second question is more complex.
Thank you.
Because the second question relates to the impact locally, the impact in the membership. And that part is more complex to answer. In fact, what we are proposing is to develop a monitoring mechanism to see how to measure impact of the activities of the World Organization. I hope that is useful, and maybe we can continue this conversation later on.
Thank you.
好，谢谢。Okay, please.
Thank you, President, and all distinguished guests and other delegates. I am, as a member of the UCLG ASPAC, representing Association of District Coordination Committee, Nepal. My name is Krishna. I just like to aid with the report that presented by the Secretary General. Maybe it will be a good idea to share about our activities, about this Human Development and Peace Nexus committees, which we are working in the Asia-Pacific region. It is also taking good initiatives, and we need more support and helps to work together on it. Maybe it can go to the World Forum, because it has a link with the Sustainable Development Goal. So we all are combined on it. So how we can work it together, it has to be added in the report. And also, maybe I am late, I did not get that we have also started this 21st Maritime Committee also with the leading cooperation from the Fuzhou municipality of government of China. So that committee also working for e-governance as well as ecological conservation in ocean environment and kind of things. So maybe that will be also a part to share with our report in the World Congress. Thank you very much.
好，谢谢。李庄宇市长已经到了会场哈，下面我们用热烈的掌声欢迎大田市的李庄宇市长致辞。
안녕하십니까. 제 7차 UCLG 총회 개최 이 대전의 시장을 맡고 있는 이장우입니다. 우선 집행부회의에 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 감사의 말씀을 올립니다. 우리 시는 코로나 팬데믹의 끝자락에 와 있는 UCLG 총회의 성공을 위해서 최선을 다해 왔습니다. 많은 도시의 집행부 임원들이나 또 많은 시장님들께서 혹시 불편하시지 않은지 좀 걱정이 됩니다. 저희 멀리서 오신 손님들을 위해서 저희가 최선을 다하고 있습니다. 그래서 부족한 것이 있으면 언제든지 저희 사무국에 말씀해 주시면 성심껏 잘 모시도록 하겠습니다. 이번 총회를 준비하면서 대전시는 대전 트랙을 총회의 한 축으로 마련했습니다. 많은 도시들이 도시와 또 지방의 문제에 있어서 상당히 어려움을 겪고 있는 것도 사실입니다. 이 대한민국도 수도권 집중화와 인구 집중에 따른 지방 도시들이 어려움을 많이 겪고 있습니다. 그래서 이 전체 국가의 균형 발전 차원에서도 지방 도시들이 스스로 여러 가지 과제를 만들고 또 도시 발전을 위해서 강력하게 일들을 추진할 때 도시의 균형 발전은 이룰 수 있고 또 도시 전체 국가의 발전도 함께 할 수 있다고 봅니다. 그런 의미에서 이런 문제들이 대한민국뿐만 아니고 세계에 있는 모든 국가들의 문제가 아닐까 싶습니다. 저희 대전시도 이런 문제들을 대전 트랙의 14개의 세션에서 오늘날의 도시와 지방정부의 당면한 선적한 문제들을 과학기술을 활용해서 해결한다는 비전 아래 여러 가지 정책적, 기술적 대안들을 발굴하고 실천해 나가고자 하는 다양한 논의를 준비해 왔습니다. 여러분들께서 좋은 의견들 많이 개진해 주셔서 정말 우리 UCLG가 세계 모든 국가의 문제들을 함께 고민하고 해결하는데 그 중심적인 역할을 했으면 좋겠습니다. 오늘 UCLG 세계 총회에 윤석열 대통령께서 직접 방문하셔서 축하의 말씀을 주셨습니다. 오늘 윤석열 대통령은 지방 도시들이 스스로 도시의 발전을 위해서 독자적인 프로그램 하에 좀 하고자 하는 여러 가지 일들을 강력하게 추진할 때 가능하다고 보고 국제사회에서 지방 도시 간의 연대와 협력 이런 것들이 국가 간의 협력만큼이나 굉장히 중요하다는 말씀을 많이 하셨습니다. 저희 대한민국이나 우리 대전광역시도 UCLG의 발전을 위해서 또 세계 각국의 도시가 안고 있는 문제들의 해결을 위한 만큼 우리 모든 노력을 다하겠다는 말씀드리겠습니다. 다시 한번 멀리에서 대전까지 찾아주시고 오늘 이런 귀한 자리를 해주신 우리 모든 UCLG의 집행부 회장님들과 그리고 사무총장님 그리고 각 도시의 시장님들과 함께하신 모든 분들에게 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 올리고 저희 대전시도 지방정부의 지속 가능한 발전을 위해서 많은 의견을 나누고 여러분과 우정을 함께 더 깊이 나누도록 최선을 다하겠다는 말씀 드리겠습니다. 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 올립니다.
好，谢谢李庄宇市长。下面我们继续讨论啊。我们下面请基奇纳市市长贝利先生发言，他在线上。Mayor Bailey.
Yes, Kitchener. Mayor Brabanovic from Kitchener.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it's certainly a pleasure to be joining all of my colleagues virtually. A variety of circumstances did not permit me to travel to Dijon, and I'm sorry to not be able to spend some time with all of you, but I would like to begin by thanking Mayor Jiang Wu Li, the mayor of Dijon, who just spoke. I understand from our Canadian delegation that the hospitality in Dijon is incredible, and I know the work of our UCLG secretariat together with the local partners in putting everything together has been significant, and so I do want to express my thanks. Mr. Chair, I really just wanted to use this opportunity to speak briefly on the incredible amount of advocacy work that we've been able to do during these past 3 years, despite the challenges of the global pandemic caused by COVID-19. And in particular, I'd like to comment on some of the activities of this past summer, both in terms of the World Urban Forum in Katowice, as well as the high-level political forum in New York, both of which I was able to attend together with a number of my colleagues from the UCLG presidency, and to bring forward the voice of our constituency during my time as governing president for a portion of this past summer. And I raised both of these events because they were incredibly important after 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, as they were really the first opportunities for our constituency to come together in such large numbers, both in Katowice and in New York, and to ensure that the voice of the world's cities and regions was coming to the global table, both at UN Habitat and at the United Nations itself, in terms of the high-level political forum. And as I reflect on those occasions, they were really important for 2 reasons. Number one, the level of engagement and involvement from us was significant. It helped ensure that the issues that are important to us, that we've been working on for the past number of years, were being heard by all the necessary people as we continue to come forward and not only look at how do we build back better, but how we recognize that we must also build back differently. And I think much of that fits into the work that we're speaking about this week around the Pact for the Future of Humanity. But the second thing that I think it emphasizes is how much progress we've made as a global association in terms of the respect that we are held with in these global institutions, and the fact that we are in fact now at the table, not fully as we are still striving to achieve, but so much more so than we were even 5 years ago. We are no longer meeting outside of the walls of the United Nations. We are having our meetings inside the walls of the United Nations. And that is really a direct result of all of the efforts of the people in this room and the people who came before all of us to get us to this point. And so this is really an opportunity to acknowledge all of that, but to also commend our Secretary General, Amelia Saez, and the entire UCLG team who worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic to make sure that we did not lose any of the ground that we gained as an association, but in fact that we were able to advance our work because all of a sudden national governments throughout the pandemic realized more than ever the important and critical role that local and regional governments played in ensuring that we managed through the pandemic crisis as best as possible. So those would be my comments, Mr. Chair, and I do want to just take this opportunity to also thank my colleagues from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Canadian delegation and the North American delegation led by our President Tanine Rudik and our Secretary General of NORAM, Carol Saab, who are there leading the delegation, and I look forward to continuing to join you virtually, even though it is in the middle of the night here in Canada, over the next few days. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 谢谢. Now I invite the Mayor of Paris, UCLG Co-President, Anne Indango, to give the speech.
Bonjour, chers collègues, très cher président exécutif, cher Jan van Zanen, mesdames et messieurs les anciens présidents, mesdames et messieurs les maires, les gouverneurs, très cher secrétaire général, cher Emilia Saez, je suis heureuse de m'exprimer devant vous depuis Paris. Malheureusement, j'ai un conseil municipal qui me retient ici et qui m'empêche d'être parmi vous au sein de cette très belle organisation de maires. Tout d'abord, vous dire combien je continue à croire au municipalisme, aux pouvoirs locaux. Je pense que nous l'avons démontré pendant la pandémie. Les gouvernements locaux ont été réactifs, ont été agiles, ont pu aller vers nos concitoyens, vers les habitants de nos villes et apporter des solutions concrètes. Je le vois aussi tous les jours lorsque tous les maires, les gouverneurs locaux, nous affrontons les grands défis du siècle, au premier rang duquel, bien sûr, le changement climatique qui nous oblige à changer nos modes de vie. C'est à l'échelle de la démocratie locale que nous pouvons faire bouger les choses, nous le savons, parce que nous sommes à une bonne échelle humaine de gouvernement pour agir avec l'ensemble des acteurs. Je pense bien sûr au monde économique, aux citoyens, aux ONG. Je pense à tous ces partenariats que nous arrivons à tisser à cette échelle de proximité et qui nous permettent de relever les grands défis du siècle. Comme cela a souvent été dit, penser global, agir local, même si aujourd'hui j'ajouterais aussi que penser local pour agir global face aux grands défis du monde. Dans les grands défis du monde que nous avons à affronter, nous avons été aussi aux premières loges pour accueillir les réfugiés qui fuient les guerres, qui fuient la misère, qui fuient la pauvreté, qui fuient le terrorisme. Nous avons aussi été aux premières loges pour poser des actes concrets de solidarité avec nos collègues qui partout dans le monde essayent de faire valoir la force des gouvernements locaux. Je crois aussi que ces dernières années, nous avons progressé quant à ce sujet qui nous tient tant à cœur, être reconnus comme des interlocuteurs auprès des Nations Unies. Nous le savons, c'est aussi à cette échelle-là que les gouvernements locaux doivent continuer à agir, à faire leur plaidoyer pour pouvoir être partie prenante des grandes conférences internationales, qu'il s'agisse de paix ou qu'il s'agisse de démocratie, qu'il s'agisse de lutter contre les populismes et le terrorisme, ou encore, bien sûr, qu'il s'agisse d'évoquer des solutions sur le climat. Par exemple, je crois qu'un des combats que nous devons continuer à porter est celui de faire reconnaître la place des villes, notamment dans les processus de COP pour le climat. Nous sommes encore et toujours sur un strapontin, alors que les solutions sont à mettre en œuvre dans nos villes pour permettre de réduire les impacts du changement climatique. Pour toutes ces raisons, je reste extrêmement attachée, bien sûr, à notre organisation, au fait que les femmes aussi, dans notre organisation, ont conquis une place importante, puisque nous avons, dès 2013, j'ai eu l'honneur de présider cette commission au sein de CGLU. Nous nous sommes organisés, non pas comme une commission classique, mais vraiment comme une commission statutaire de CGLU. Et je le pense, je le redis ici, cela a été souvent repris, y compris dans les rapports de l'ONU et notamment dans les objectifs de développement durable. Lorsque les femmes accèdent aux responsabilités dans les pouvoirs locaux, eh bien, elles font reculer la corruption et elles font progresser les droits de tous nos concitoyens. Je pense bien sûr aux petites filles, je pense à l'éducation des filles, à la reconnaissance de leurs droits, à pouvoir vivre pleinement leur dignité d'être humain. Ce sujet-là est un sujet au cœur de notre organisation et je veux bien sûr vous dire combien je serai toujours engagée dans ce combat à vos côtés. Enfin, peut-être pour conclure, parce que je crois qu'il est très, très important de pouvoir continuer en étant unis, je voudrais ici déclarer mon soutien à notre président exécutif Jan van Zanen. Je pense qu'il a non seulement les qualités, mais vraiment il incarne et représente ce qui peut nous permettre aussi de porter notre organisation dans sa crédibilité, dans sa force et notamment dans ce plaidoyer auprès des Nations Unies. Je voudrais lui dire tout mon soutien et dire aussi tout mon soutien à la gouverneure de Nouakchott qui porte depuis très très longtemps la question des femmes au sein de CGLU Afrique, mais aussi bien sûr au sein de notre organisation. Voilà mes chers collègues, avec vous, engagés pour faire valoir ce que les villes apportent à la paix et à la résolution de ces grands défis du monde, le principal étant bien sûr le défi climatique qui engendre tous les autres défis que nous sommes en train de traverser et de surmonter. Merci à vous, très très bons travaux, à très bientôt je l'espère. Merci.
好，谢谢。下一位。
Mercociudades, Esteban Echevarría.
¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes a todos y todas. Secretariado, Presidencia, muchas gracias por darnos el espacio. Mercociudades como red latinoamericana de gobiernos locales con más de 364 ciudades miembros. Agradecemos el espacio y la participación en lo que hace a este Congreso Mundial. Nosotros en este año hemos realizado todo un proceso de consulta relativo a lo que hace la nueva agenda urbana y a lo que hace ahora el Pacto para el Futuro. Participamos en el Foro de alto nivel de Naciones Unidas relativo a la agenda urbana. pudimos aportar, gracias al aporte y al espacio que nos dio la CEPAL allí, una mirada crítica y latinoamericana sobre la problemática de la NAU, como que la misma tenía que ser revisitada. Esa visión surgió de un proceso colectivo, construido a través de la mirada de más de 60 ciudades que participaron en elaborar un documento. De esa misma forma hemos podido aportar otro documento y aportes a lo que hace al Pacto para el Futuro. Trabajamos con todo un proceso participativo, del cual más de 60 ciudades de la región aportaron prácticas y aportaron conocimientos y aportaron experiencias que entendemos desde Latinoamérica tienen que ser tomadas en cuenta y tienen que ser aporte para el pacto. Entendemos que las relaciones de género, que la diversidad LGTB debe ser considerada y debe ser una parte importante en el eje personas. En el eje debemos pensar ciudades solidarias que aseguren y garanticen todos los derechos para todos y todas. Debemos pensar en la justicia climática. Debemos pensar que se necesita renovar el compromiso para trabajar en pos de la justicia climática y un planeta más sostenible, aunque a luz que debe ser a luz de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas, con justicia climática, con carga, para evitar la carga sobre los que más sufren las consecuencias del cambio climático. El Pacto del Futuro constituye una clara apuesta al valor de los gobiernos locales, regionales, dado el protagonismo como actores políticos que atienden las demandas, sueños y aspiraciones de la ciudadanía. Debemos trabajar en visualizar la importancia del desarrollo del hábitat de las ciudades intermedias. Se debe fortalecer una gobernanza fundada en la confianza, equilibrio del principio de solidaridad y el cuidado de los gobiernos locales. Tienen que velar por la igualdad en cada una de sus prácticas y políticas de gobierno, ya que sin igualdad y sin derechos asequibles para toda la ciudadanía no se puede perfilar un futuro realmente sostenible y resiliente para los seres humanos y su entorno. En vez de conseguir un Estado subsidiario, se consigue un Estado social con un rol más activo que garantice los derechos de las personas. Es importante fortalecer la gobernanza con acciones de cooperación, capacitación y apoyo técnico. Este documento, para no extenderme en los tiempos, está disponible en la página web de nuestra red. Ha sido distribuido al secretariado para que sea aporte al Pacto para el Futuro y en estas jornadas que quedan para el Congreso iremos haciendo los aportes correspondientes. Gracias.
好，谢谢。这个我们必须要进入到下一个议程了哈。这个请我们执行局成员记录工作领域的最新进展，谢谢大家。下面我们讨论第3项议程：世界成立组织各委员会的报告。世界理事会授权各委员会在 组织集体整体工作框架下，针对各项重点工作开展合作，组织政策讨论，促进成员间的经验分享，充分讨论国际议程。目前我们这个组织有4个活跃的委员会，分别是文化委员会、地方经济和社会发展委员会、 社会包容性、参与式民主和人权委员会，以及城市策略规划委员会。首先，我邀请文化委员会的代表阿姆拉市市长伊萨卡西斯先生报告委员会的工作。
Thank you. The Committee on Culture is the global platform to learn, cooperate, and launch policies and programs on the role of culture in sustainable development. Further, it also aims to promote culture as the 4th pillar of the SDGs. The committee is currently co-chaired by Buenos Aires, Lisbon, and Mexico City. It includes more than 100 cities and local governments and associations from all continents. The year 2022 was marked by the great success of the 5th edition of the International Award UCLG Mexico City Culture 21 by receiving 101 excellent applications on the promotion of culture life cultural rights in the context of the COVID-19 crisis and post-pandemic recovery. A total of 81 applications have been recognized, 42 best actions on innovative sparks, and 39 best actions planning with care. The winners were Buenos Aires, Argentina, and Dublin, Ireland, in the category cities, and Dr. Lauder Arzipe and Dr. Daisy Fancourt in the category of individuals. Congrats. The committee also confirmed its sound leadership in working on the links between culture and SDGs 2030 agenda, achieved in particular thanks to the dimension of the document Culture and Sustainable Development Goal, a guide for local action, the reach of OBS, the committee's dedicated website, presenting more than 300 good practices. Third, successful capacity building workshops were recognized around the 7 keys in Bulawayo, Concepcion, El Porto de la Cruz, Lisbon, and Xi'an. In 2022, it is also worth noting the following reports. First, culture and climate resilience development. Second, gender equality cultural policies. Both have become webinar and MOOCs in the Learning with UCLG platform. Together with the Culture 2030 Goal campaign, UCLG has published the 2022 The Culture Goal Proposal. It is with great pleasure that we all announce that the UCLG narrative on cultural life, cultural rights, as well as the advocacy for a cultural goal in the SDGs were included in the final declaration of UNESCO's Monday Cult in September 2022, just only a few days ago. This success is one of the best examples that the leadership of UCLG is pioneering. It shows the way forward to the international community. Finally, let me also explain that Culture Committee provides support and capacity to the cultural strategies of UCLG members. As an example is the cultural strategy of my city, Ramallah, published in 2022. The basic principle of this policy is the affirmation of everyone's right to take part in the cultural life. Making this right effective rests on the ability of public, private, and civil society stakeholders to work together, addressing imbalances and obstacles, developing proactive policies and programs in an environment of full commitment among all relevant parties. I close by saying the culture of we is the power of we. Thank you.
好，谢谢我们拉马拉市的市长伊萨卡西斯先生，谢谢市长先生，谢谢您的分享。希望墨西哥文化奖和7个要点研讨会能进一步加强文化与可持续发展目标之间的联系，也希望各位成员能通过 OBS 网站相互学习，共同进步。谢谢。下面，请地方经济和社会经济发展委员会的代表，我们塞维利亚市的副市长索尼娅·盖亚汇报委员会的工作情况。
Ahora, buenas tardes, señoras y señores. En primer lugar, y antes de pasar a dar cuenta del informe, me gustaría agradecer al Comité Ejecutivo del CGLU el haber podido participar en este congreso y en este Comité Ejecutivo y, por supuesto, a la Comisión de Desarrollo Local, de Desarrollo Económico y Social Local y a FANSI, en este caso, por permitirme ser o actuar como su representante. paso a dar detalles del informe de la actuación del informe de gestión de la Comisión. En 2022, la Comisión de Desarrollo Económico y Social Local de CGLU ha continuado desarrollando su línea estratégica vinculada al aprendizaje. De este modo, ha mejorado un curso masivo y abierto en línea, MOOC, desarrollado junto al equipo Learning de CGLU y la Organización Internacional del Trabajo. Desarrollo económico local para territorios cohesionados. Este MOOC ha sido traducido al inglés y al francés y ampliado con experiencias de los propios miembros de la Comisión. También ha contribuido al informe Gold 6 y al foro de aprendizaje. Han tenido en este ejercicio especial importancia los espacios de representación. En el marco del Buró Ejecutivo celebrado en Sevilla, la Comisión de Desarrollo Económico y Social Local coorganizó, junto al Consejo Político sobre Ciudades más Seguras, Resilientes y Sostenibles, capaces de hacer frente a la crisis, la sesión Desarrollo Económico Local para una recuperación equitativa. Este espacio puso el énfasis en los nuevos modelos de proximidad de consumo y producción global que permiten aprovechar la innovación inclusiva. Asimismo, incidió en los cambios de modelos necesarios para integrar el sector informal, promover las pequeñas empresas, fomentar las iniciativas de la economía social, colaborativa, circular y verde, la especialización inteligente y los clústeres tecnológicos. La Comisión organiza, junto a la OIT, en este congreso la sesión El futuro de los servicios públicos, su impacto en el desarrollo económico local y la generación de empleo de calidad en el territorio, que tendrá lugar mañana, 13 de octubre, y a la que, de verdad, desde la Comisión les animamos a acudir y a participar. Durante 2022, la Comisión ha continuado representando a la Organización Mundial en el marco del Foro Mundial de Desarrollo Económico Local, como parte del Comité Internacional. Y en este sentido está ya en marcha el trabajo de organización de la 6ª edición de este foro, que tendrá lugar en la región de Rabat, Salek y Nitra a finales del año 2023. Para finalizar, me gustaría hacer un llamamiento a los gobiernos locales, miembros de CGLU, para sumarse a la Comisión de Desarrollo Económico Local. Necesitamos renovar el diálogo en el marco del Pacto para el Futuro sobre el desarrollo económico local para poder impulsar políticas públicas valientes y transformadoras en nuestros territorios, en cooperación y en especial en un contexto global crítico, cambiante y lleno de incertidumbre, donde el territorio, generador principal de la economía mundial, debe ser la base para repensar nuestras prioridades. Muchas gracias.
OK， 谢谢塞尔维亚的副市长索尼娅盖亚女士，谢谢您的分享。我们很高兴看到委员会在地方经济发展还有提升我们公共服务质量方面取得的成果，这对未来公约的形成呢具有重要的意义。下面请城市策略规划委员会的代表，德班市的市长麦克斯利希·科旺达先生报告我们这委员会的工作。The Mayor of Durban.
The Mayor of Durban, Etequeni.
Shishi, thank you very much, Chairperson, the Presidency, the SG, Treasurer, and all members of the Executive Bureau. Good afternoon. Thank you for affording me with the opportunity to provide a high-level summary of the activities of the Urban Strategic Planning Committee. We also humble ourselves for being entrusted with this serious responsibility to work with the collective leadership in this committee. From the outset, it is important to mention that we meet at a time when the cities of the world are being confronted with many challenges, including the deadly COVID-19 pandemic, which has adversely affected our lives and livelihoods. At the same time, this pandemic has further deepened the inequalities that exist in our society. As a result, the strides that the cities from the developing countries were making in addressing the triple threat of poverty, unemployment, and inequalities have been significantly reversed. Honorable Chair, therefore it is incumbent upon all of us to put our shoulder in the wind to heal, to ensure that the process of economic recovery and building of sustainable local government is accelerated. The COVID-19 and other disasters that have affected our cities have demonstrated how interconnected we are as a global community, and that if we act in solidarity, we can build a better life for all citizens of the world. Firstly, we would like to acknowledge the sterling work of the co-chair from the city of Buenos Aires, the Undersecretary George John, who has assisted us greatly in the implementation of various projects within the Urban Strategic Planning Committee. Chairperson, we are happy to report that through various consultative processes and engagements, the committee continued to play its role and advocated on behalf of its members the need to achieve the following. Firstly, fiscal devolution and the decentralization of powers and functions. Secondly, implementation of the new urban agenda. Thirdly, localization of SDGs. Fourthly, continuation of the public space advocacy and improved mental health. Fifthly, urban planning post-disaster recovery. And lastly, climate resilience and strategic planning. As part of our efforts of building sustainable cities of the future, the committee will, in 2022-2023, actively support the implementation of the localization of sustainable development goals, the SDGs. In July this year, the committee was represented at the United Nations High-Level Political Forum, where we actively participated and provided inputs to various sessions on the localization of the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that the successful localization of the SDGs require a transversal approach. Therefore, next year, we'll be working closely with the committees to accelerate the implementation of localization of SDGs. More emphasis will be placed on the formalization of reporting mechanisms at a local government level. Mr. Chairperson, let me remind this meeting that 2023 is a milestone year for the SDGs as the United Nations will be hosting the first SDG Summit. Great progress is being made in ensuring that the work of the committee features prominently at this summit. Currently, we assist with the task of documenting best practices in localization in preparation for this event. Distinguished guests, the Urban Planning Committee is committed to advocate for a people-centered public space for the well-being of our citizens. Later this year, we'll demonstrate this commitment by hosting a session on public space and improved mental health. This session will focus mainly on how cities can create clean and safe public spaces that encourage health, lifestyle, and social interactions. This is one of the key themes that the committee will be promoting in 2023, which will culminate in the development of a policy document with our network partners and member cities. We view this development as a natural progression of the UCLG public space framework that was adopted in 2016. Mr. Chairperson, participating in learning activities has always been a key area of focus for this committee. Based on the advocacy areas we have mentioned earlier, this committee will provide input on key learning tools that have been developed by the UCLG and network partners in the lead up to the UN SDG Summit next year. Distinguished guests, the Urban Planning Committee is committed to advocate for people-centered public space for being our citizens, as we have indicated. It is of paramount importance that we must actively work together to ensure we take the work of the committee and the organization forward. To this end, the committee will continue to play a key role in supporting the work of the UCLG. Central to this will be leverage support of the member cities in the committee to collaborate with other like-minded organizations. Furthermore, as mayors within the committee, we'll continue to actively promote multilateralism by engaging various organizations on the importance of relevance of the UCLG to resolve challenges confronting our cities. From September to December this year, The committee will partner with CIDEU for a training on the implementation of resilience strategies. The committee will further seek opportunities to implement similar training sessions in various regions, and we call on our members to actively participate in the implementation of such learning exchanges. Mr. Chairperson, as we conclude this high-level summary of the work of the committee and activities for the next year, we'd like to highlight that the committee operates on an open structure where any member city can champion a specific area of interest. This is a progressive approach as it builds capacity and promotes succession planning within the organization. One of the key areas that will need to be explored in 2022-2023 is the need to expand the membership of the committee. This will require active marketing of member cities. With these remarks, Honorable Chairperson, let me assure you that we are working tirelessly to improve local government planning and urban sustainable development. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address this August House. I thank you.
谢谢我们督办室的室长，谢谢您的分享。提升城市韧性，加强城市的创新，对新城市议程的实施和可持续发展目标本地化而言非常重要。我们希望委员会在未来能够继续发挥作用，促进城市间的交流和合作。我们向各委员会所付出的辛勤努力表示感谢，也对委员会取得的各个方面的成果呢表示祝贺。下面我们看看对这个委员会的工作还有没有什么其他的意见和建议，如果有的话，请举手示意。
President Fatimetou Abdel Malik from Nouakchott, and then the mayor of Banjul.
Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Merci beaucoup. Merci Président, merci à tous les collègues. D'abord, je vais souhaiter une bonne réussite à notre congrès. Je souhaiterais l'entente. Et je remercie vivement, parce qu'à chaque fois que le congrès s'organise, il y a des innovations. C'est l'occasion de remercier Madame la secrétaire générale et son équipe pour toutes les innovations qu'on a vérifiées ici entre les deux congrès. Merci vivement. Alors, nous devons faire de nos villes un lieu privilégié d'entente, de culture de paix, de justice sociale, d'amour, parce qu'on n'a jamais vu une ville déclarer une guerre à une autre ville. Donc, c'est l'occasion pour nous de nous mobiliser en tant que ville pour instaurer une culture de paix, une culture de justice, une culture d'amour, une culture d'entente, une convivialité entre nos villes et nos populations. Nous devons aussi nous mobiliser pour faire face aux grands défis, particulièrement les défis des changements climatiques. Parce que nos villes subissent de plein fouet justement les impacts des changements climatiques. C'est l'occasion pour moi aussi de souligner le rôle des femmes dans l'appréhension de tous ces défis. Je remercie Anne quand elle avait souligné que le passage du statut de la commission thématique à une commission statutaire. Moi, je dirais que c'est grâce au combat des femmes africaines qu'on est arrivé à ce statut. Car le combat des femmes, c'est pour le changement. Ce n'est pas pour le pouvoir. Et c'est ça qui va nous aider, qui va aider nos villes justement appréhender les thématiques qu'on a soulignées tout à l'heure. Encore une fois, merci à tous. Voilà, merci.
谢谢。下面我们请 Mayor of Banjul.
Thank you very much. I first want to thank our own Secretary General Elumbasi for all his efforts to make sure that UCLGA functions the way it should be. We're grateful for many things. If I want to name them all, we will not go home today. But I want to acknowledge him here in front of everybody, and we are so proud of him and want to say thank you a million times. To UCLG Wall, under the leadership of our dear sister, Emilia, I want to thank you on behalf of all African mayors, especially women mayors. On a personal note, I can't thank you enough for all what you have done during our flash floats in August. I think I have to be very honest here. If it was not Elumbasi, UCLGA, and Emilia Sartz of UCLG Wall, my people would have still be on the streets. However, I want to plead again for my people, especially women and girls. We still need support. We have over 8,000 girls who are still not going to school. Some of them don't have nowhere to sleep. And this is the only place that I can bring my worries. I therefore want to plead again to say that we need support. Think of the feminism municipals that we have just launched. Think of the cities, the caring of cities. Let's think of solidarity. My people need your help, especially, as I said, women and girls. These girls need to go back to school, and this is urgent. And the women who are still sleeping outside need to have a room to put their heads on. So on that note, I once again want to thank you for the support you have given us before. I'm not saying that we don't appreciate it. Indeed, we appreciate it, but we need more support. Thank you so much.
谢谢您的分享。下面我们请亚太区的主席，拜安居 Ashok。
Respected President, General Secretary, and all of the participation of this Congress. My name is Ashok Bianju. I'm a President of UCLG SPAC, Mayor of Tulikil Municipality, Nepal, President of the Municipal Association of Nepal. Asia Pacific has prioritized several issues, including climate change and its effects on the mountain climate, maintain snow, water level rising, flooding, landslide, and also drugs, also displacing people as they are vulnerable. We have to work on human development and peace SDP, including all those matters. Therefore, in UCLG SPARC, we have several committees, Women committees, Culture Committee, Tourism Committee, led by the SIAN, and also newly established the SDB Nexus Committee, led by the Gongi Do. We hope we can also much stronger cooperation with other regional sections. Also, the SDG-related actions and sanitation also. And my municipality is already achieving the 4th SDG, education, poverty reduction, health and sanitation. That is the good example of the South Asian countries. Durikan municipality is already working together with UCLG SPAC and UCLG also. That is the most important thing. And second thing is poverty reduction is most important, including South Asian countries. Urban poverty is a very big challenges of our cities. That was I humbly request you to prioritizing that area to work together with happy and prosperity for the people. Thank you.
好，下面我们请最后一位市长发言 ，Mayor of Santa Fe。
Buenas tardes. Primero, muchas gracias, agradecer al Comité Ejecutivo que nos permite estar presentes en este buró. Segundo, también agradecer al alcalde de Dayón por prestarnos su casa con tan buen recibimiento. Me parece que tenemos que hacer una reflexión por el momento que estamos viviendo, porque lo que estamos haciendo es un compromiso ante la humanidad. Lo estamos haciendo todos juntos. Necesitamos un pacto para el futuro. Necesitamos encontrarnos para construir en común. Hoy, más que nunca, tenemos que ser responsables de nuestras decisiones y de nuestras acciones. En pocas palabras, lo que quiero decir es que tenemos que plasmar en este pacto para el futuro de qué manera queremos vivir, cómo queremos vivir, de qué manera. Es necesario, como lo estamos mostrando aquí, en este pacto, en este congreso, que personas de diferentes orígenes, referentes sociales y políticos, nos encontremos, pero para hablar de la vida cotidiana. Es eso lo que tenemos que hacer, hablar de la vida cotidiana. Eso nos permite preocuparnos por el bien común, porque cualquier pacto que firmemos, cualquier propuesta que elaboremos, que construyamos, necesita del compromiso de la gente, porque son ellos quienes van a garantizar la cooperación y la participación real que el proceso sea posible. Las diferencias, mis amigos del mundo, muchas veces son creativas, pero generan tensiones. En la resolución de esas tensiones está el progreso. Necesitamos una cooperación real, porque si no el avance va a ser muy lento. Muchas gracias.
这个由于时间的关系，我们必须尽快的进行下面的议程。我想我们请最后一位 the last one， 最后一位市长发个言，最后一位。
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله طبعا كما هو معروف للجميع أن البلديات هي التي تحمل العبء الأكبر من التنمية والتخطيط وأي تنمية يحتاج دائما إلى السيادة والأمن فإذا غابت السيادة والأمن بعتقد أي تخطيط سيصطدم بعدم المقدرة على إكمال هذا المشروع وتنفيذه. لذلك أنا بحكي عن طبعا في فلسطين تحديدا وجود الاحتلال وعدم سيطرة البلديات على الأرض نتيجة لتقسيمات A1 A و B و C، هذا يصطدم بشكل كبير جدا في تنفيذ الأجندات المطلوبة من البلديات. وجائحة كورونا أثبتت أن البلديات هي التي تحمل العبء الأكبر في مواجهة كل التحديات في المجتمع. لذلك يجب أن يكون هنالك توجه من خلال الأمم المتحدة للعمل مع البلديات بشكل أكبر لتأخذ دورها الحقيقي، لأنه هي ماخذة دورها لكن لا تأخذ الإمكانيات الكافية لتقديم خدماتها وتحسين جودتها. فيكفي أن نرى الكثير من المدن غير مخدومة بالصرف الصحي مثلا، أو هنالك نقص كبير جدا بالمياه التي هي أساس الحياة، أو نقص في الموارد المالية لتقوم بواجباتها تجاه مواطنينا. البلديات الأكثر التصاقا بالمواطنين وهي الأقدر على بناء السلام ما بين الشعوب. شكرا لكم.
这个我们在最后一位啊，请我们来自黎巴嫩的 Mr. Sadi。
Thank you. Thank you, President. And I'm mayor since 25 years ago. I spent 12 years in this organization, 3 years in committees, 3 years as co-president, and 3 years as president of section MEWA, UCLG MEWA. I would like to thank all of you. I would like to, in all of your names, I'd like to thank Dejon and all who organized this big event, this world event. I'm not here to tell you bye or goodbye, but to say I will stay with you. I will stay with you with this association which really work for localizing the Sustainable Development Goals. Time goes on. Time goes on. And we all change, and life goes on, and we hope it will be better for the evolution of life and for the localizing of Sustainable Development Goals. I ask, by the way, today we meet Mr. Ban Ki-moon, and I asked the United Nations to give this organization most importance because I'm sure that conflict resolution and sustainable development goals can be achieved and accomplished by municipalities and local government, or what I mean by UCLG, United City and Local Government, more than central government, especially in countries under development, because we are on land with people, with citizens, and we work with them, not only for them. And I wish to hear from the General Assembly of United Nations, next General Assembly, that UCLG have an additional roles, and I am sure they can build on our support. I thank all those who worked in this organization for United Cities and local government, and for human beings. Any one of you will be remembered in the history by what he did and what he gave during his life. We wish for the new team to win, to success, and to continue what we started before in the same spirit. And don't forget that we worked at the hardest time during COVID-19. We win because our solidarity. We win because our volunteering and our resilient society against any unexpected crisis, and in full cooperation and leadership by UCLG and its 9 sections. Please care about this organization, to care about human rights, and to leave no one behind. And by the way, when we were in the lockdown during COVID-19, you should know that Emilia Sais, our General Secretary, was locked in his office, and she stayed there until the lockdown was finished. This is what our General Secretary, Mehmet Doman Bey, told me, and he was at the other section and General Secretaries, we work together. They work for humanity, for what means real SDGs. His office, and by the way, Mehmet Doman Bey, last week he got his PhD in leadership. Congratulations, Mr. Doman. In this context, as former president of UCLG MEWA and vice president of UCLG, I want to thank the effort done by this organization, especially our General Secretary, Madame Emilia Sais, the woman who exceeded all expectation and proved to everyone that we were right and we are still right. Emilia, you're quite amazing. And as always, we can build on your experience, and that UCLG General Secretariat deserve leaders like you to succeed in its hardest missions. Now I can say goodbye. Thank you. Thank you.
好，谢谢。我们必须进行下一个议程啊，我们请大家先通过委员会的这个报告，谢谢。下面我们进行议程4，地方行动港倡议最新情况。地方行动港是汇聚地方力量，分享可持续发展目标本地化经验的平台。通过地方港、地方行动港、地方领导人和各社会群体，扩大所有推进项目的关注度和城市影响力，加强各部门协同合作，促进互学互鉴，发出地方声音。下面我们请艾米莉亚秘书长分享地方行动港工作进展。
Well, thank you very much, President. And I would like just everybody to remember that we have 7 languages, and so the delay is there, so we need to be patient. So thank you very much for giving me the floor, and now that I have the floor, I would like to acknowledge the presence online of our former co-president, Thembi Kadimen, and Deputy Minister now in South Africa. Greetings, Thembi. I would also like to welcome Miguel Ángel Moratinos, High Representative of the Alliance of Civilizations. Mr. Moratinos, you are early, but let us know if you want to take the floor, because I know that you are a very busy person. So just if you want to talk in a little while, just let us know. But allow me now, Chair, to go to the topic of the Local for Action Hubs. The Local for Action Hubs is our effort to ensure that we build localization of the global agendas from the bottom up. We wanted to demonstrate to the international community that local agendas and global agendas were one and the same, and that many of the activities that our members were already doing to promote the developments locally were and could qualify under the Sustainable Development Goals. And so we call them local for action hubs. We invited members to present their projects, and I am very happy to say that there are so many. One of the local for action hubs that we love most is in Xi'an, which is a great cultural exchange between the students of Xi'an, young people around the Sustainable Development Goals linked with culture. So very impressive. There are too many to mention, truly. But I am very proud to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Mayor of Bilbao, who is with us. And what is wonderful about the Local for Action Hub of Bilbao, which is built around values and linking the values of the city with the Sustainable Development Goals, is that because of that very experience in Bilbao, now the local 2030 initiative of the United Nations, which you remember UCLG was a founding member of, and now we are in the standing committee, is going to open its office in Bilbao. So the government of the Basque country and the government of Spain and the city of Bilbao are opening up this office. It is not a coincidence. Without the work that Bilbao is doing within United Cities and local governments, we wouldn't be there. So I want, Chair, if you agree, to give the opportunity to the Vice Mayor of Bilbao to take the floor, share their experience. And just one reflection, we need more local for action hubs, and we especially need local for action hubs in the global south and in the least developed countries. So I really hope we can encourage that. We want to ensure a mentoring mechanisms between local for action hubs that are already working now with new ones. So we are going to issue another call building on our partnership with the Swedish Development Cooperation, and I encourage you to call your members, your partners to contribute to this endeavor. So I am looking again and paying attention to Mr. Moratinos, just in case he wants to leave, but then I propose now, Chair, that we give the floor to the Vice Mayor of Bilbao, and High Representative Moratinos, give me a sign through Zoom later on. That's great. Thank you so much for your understanding. And so, Chair, Vice Mayor of Bilbao.
Muchísimas gracias, Emilia. Muchísimas gracias. Es un placer y es un orgullo poder estar aquí como ciudad de Bilbao y en nombre del alcalde de Bilbao, y haber tenido la oportunidad de haber compartido en uno de los Local for Action House el proyecto Bilbao Balio en Iría, Bilbao Ciudad de Valores, que es un proyecto único e innovador, liderado por el alcalde y a través del cual la ciudadanía bilbaína ha identificado los 17 valores que quieren que guíen el presente y el desarrollo futuro de la ciudad, estando en el centro de ellos el respeto a los derechos humanos, y los otros 16 alrededor, otros muchos como la igualdad entre hombres y mujeres, la sostenibilidad, la participación, la creatividad, la innovación, muchos de ellos alineados con los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, y por ello, para nuestra ciudad, el trabajo alineado a Bilbao Balio en Iría es una herramienta y un marco inmejorable para trabajar en aras a conseguir los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Creemos que el que Bilbao haya tenido este proyecto y haya podido compartirlo en el Local for Action Hub con la ayuda de CGLU ha sido sin duda una palanca de fuerza para poder tener esa sede de Naciones Unidas en nuestra ciudad, que esperamos que sirva para compartir experiencias en el ámbito internacional y seguir trabajando juntos y juntas en CGLU. Muchísimas gracias.
Okay, please.
Alto representante, la palabra es suya.
Esteemed mayors, president of association, elected officer, my dear friends, mayor of Daegun, my dear friend Carlos Martinez, Mayor of Cuenca, of course, Emilia Said, Secretary General of UCLG. I'm extremely honored to intervene in this first hybrid World Summit of local and regional leaders and World Congress. Although I'm unable to join you in person, I would like to have been there in this historical city of the June. I'm very happy from Geneva, from UN Geneva, to join you virtually in the inauguration session of this important event. As you have mentioned, cities have historically been at the forefront of humanity's biggest challenges. They are places where ever different populations grow, interact, and live together. As such, cities are engaged with the difficult task of providing for every increasing multicultural and multi-generational population that lives in them. In recent years, however, we have been and seen worrying trends that further expand the gap between rich and poor, hamper access to basic human rights, and division being shown on the basis of culture, ethnicity, and faith. As we all know, our world finds itself as a critical crossroad. The challenges faced by the world civilization are manifold. The response of the city to this context is urgent, and cities will be the hub for the impact of our positive or our negative response that will play out. As you mentioned, the Vice Mayor of Bilbao underlined the Sustainable Development Goals are essential. And of course, SDG 11 and SDG 16 of the 2030 United Nations Agenda outline the urgency of making cities more inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. One must not forget, however, that cities and local governments also play a fundamental role in guaranteeing that interaction between their many citizens, all from diverse cultural, ethnic background and walk of life, can develop in a harmonious way. They are, in its essence, my dear friend, guarantors of peace and standing at the most local level. Promoting peaceful relations at the level of cities and local government is sine qua non to securing a sustainable future for all. And I'm convinced that this important UCLG forum will play a critical role towards the end. It will be very needed that you can approve a resolution to call for peace in this moment. Yes, my friend, because peace, this beautiful concept, is a desired goal, but unfortunately is missing today. Even in the 17 SDG, there's not a one SDG, one goal called peace. It's included in 16, peaceful societies, but not for peace. And we all know that if there is no peace, there cannot be security, there cannot be sustainability. Don't make ourselves fool. If there is no peace, everything collapses. So the United Nations Alliance of Civilization, which was established in 2004 as a soft power political tool to build bridges of understanding between the world's diverse civilization, cultures, and religion, also carries out crucial activities in the field of safety diplomacy. For instance, UNOC organized the Los Angeles Dialogue on Creating Cities of Belonging in 2020, and then the Seville Dialogue on Creating Cities of Resilience 2022. These two occasions brought together numerous mayor and local government leaders. They shared the best practices and lessons learned concerning the different challenges and successes of their applied city diplomacy with the objective of creating resilient, multicultural, and peaceful hub of coexistence. Dear mayors, association, president, elected official, ladies and gentlemen, we are confronted with tremendous challenge today. Yes, I heard that, and we are all for. We have to save the planet. But let's be frank. Can you imagine a green planet, a green environment, but with no peace and security? So we should save the planet. But as the title of your meeting say, a pact for the future of humanity. We have to save humanity. We are one humanity, and cities can play and should play a crucial role and align three key verticals of our societies: people, planet, and government. I think that you will have a very intense discussion today and tomorrow, and I'm profoundly convinced that the outcome of this essential encounter will be extremely relevant for our future in common. Thank you very much.
那么下面我邀请圣何塞的市长乔尼阿亚拉先生主持后面的执行局的会议。
Muy buenas tardes, tengan todas y todos ustedes. Queremos agradecerle al señor Monatino por su participación en nuestro buró ejecutivo. Sé que todos se ha hecho largo este primer segmento. Vamos a tratar de que en esta segunda parte podamos ser más ágiles. Vamos a pasar al segundo segmento sobre cuestiones institucionales. Y a mí me parece que nosotros tenemos que aprovechar el éxito que está significando este Congreso y realmente tenemos que felicitarnos porque desde ya podemos decir que es un Congreso absolutamente exitoso y tenemos que aprovechar el éxito de este Congreso para fortalecer la institucionalidad de nuestra organización, para fortalecer los órganos de dirección que van a ser renovados y que esperamos que esta asamblea, que este Congreso tenga la sabiduría de poder escoger los mejores liderazgos, los liderazgos que el momento nos exigen, para conducir de manera correcta a la CGLU y poder dar también un salto cualitativo en el fortalecimiento de toda la estructura organizativa de esta organización de la que todos nos sentimos muy orgullosos. Como es de su conocimiento, el 2022 es un año particularmente relevante en materia de gobernanza interna de nuestra organización. Todos los procesos que se lanzaron en los últimos meses encuentran su punto culminante en el Congreso Mundial de Daejeon. Ahora nos concentraremos en los siguientes asuntos. El informe del Comité de Gestión Financiera y el informe de la Comisión de Asuntos Estatutarios. Sin más dilación, vamos a ceder la palabra a Madeleine Alfelor, tesorera de la CGLU, para que presente el informe del Comité de Gestión Financiera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But before I proceed to the committee report, first I would like to greet my partner, Mayor Berry, the Mayor of Kitchener, Canada. I know that there's an election you're working out today or next week. On a positive note, we all know that you will win. So best of luck, Mayor Berry. Also, I would like to extend my gratitude to the host city, the Mayor of Daejeon, Mayor Jang Woo Lee. Thank you very much for the superb hospitality and accommodation. To the entire staff, the entire members of the staff behind the scene, thank you very much. Also to the UCLG World staff, Para, thank you, headed by Emilia, the Reina. Emilia, thank you very much. Also to the entire members of this council, of this organization. Despite the unprecedented and overlapping crisis, you have manifested your sincere loyalty to this organization. And of course, to the entire members of the Financial Management Committee, we met yesterday and this morning. Thank you for making it hard for me yesterday. But after several hours and we slept overnight, we come up with a good decision, a win-win solution. Thank you for your 100% cooperation and participation. Now, the main items analyzed are hereby reported to the Executive Bureau. First is the certified accounts by year 2021. The Financial Management Committee received the audited accounts of 2021 and noted that the financial year ended with a surplus of 240,273.95 euros, mainly due to increased program funding. The audit report for UCLG is included in the background documents distributed to the members of the World Council. Following the analysis, the committee recommends to the Executive Bureau to submit the following decision to the World Council. First, the approval of the final accounts for year 2021, and second, to reallocate the financial year surplus as follows. 20% of the surplus, which is 48,054.79 euros, will go to voluntary reserves. The remaining balance of 192,219.16 euros will be carried forward. And third is to give final discharge to the Presidency, Treasurers, and Secretary General for the year 2021. Second is realization of the current year 2022 budget. Regarding the execution of the 2022 budget, members were informed that activities undertaken during the first 8 months of the year were in line with the budget approved 1 year ago. The committee celebrated the signature of the renewal of the framework partnership agreements with the European Commission for the period of 2022 to 2026. The members of the committee congratulate Daejeon City for having already settled all their financial commitment in accordance with the terms of the agreement. Maybe we can give them a round of applause. Thank you, Daejeon City. And third is the budget of 2023. The draft budget for 2023 was presented to the committee. Members noted that after 8 years of support through an operating grant, the support from the European Union for the years 2023 to 2024 will be through an action grant. They noted as well that the amount and format of the SIDA support for 2023 remains unclear until a new government is formed in Sweden. Then the members approved the requests of adjustments in membership fees for some members experiencing particular financial difficulties due to diverse crises. Members also analyzed the proposals presented by UCLG MEWA and FLACMA. After a thorough deliberations and debates and analysis of the proposals, it was agreed to provide a trial period starting in 2023. So this summarizes the key issues covered. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, estimada tesorera, por este informe y por toda su labor tan fundamental para salvaguardar los procedimientos financieros de nuestra organización. Asimismo, quisiera reiterar el agradecimiento de la presidencia a nuestra auditora honoraria. Está pidiendo la palabra nuestro querido amigo Berry. Le damos un saludo y al mismo tiempo le damos la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Mr. President, and I know we're running late, so just very briefly, I wanted to take this opportunity to personally thank my fellow co-treasurer, Madeleine Ifor, for her leadership over the past 3 years. I think, as many of you know, her term as mayor of Riga came to an end this past year. And I really want to thank her for being able to join us in Daejeon, and in particular to take the chair of yesterday's meeting fully on her own. Thank you very much, Madeleine, for all of your leadership, and I wish you best wishes as you move on to new opportunities. I'd also like to just extend my personal thanks to Pere Ballister, who is our Chief Financial Officer at UCLG, and the entire finance team, who, as noted, works together and with Emilia's leadership as Secretary General. But Pere has been an incredible asset to our organization, and I just really wanted to thank him and the team for all of their work as well. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Si no tuviéramos ningún comentario, los invito ahora al Buró Ejecutivo a que demos por aprobadas las decisiones y el informe que se ha presentado. Lo damos por aprobado, el informe financiero de la organización. Permítanme ahora, estimados colegas, que ceda la palabra al alcalde de Soria y enviado especial para la nueva agenda urbana, Carlos Martínez, para que presente el informe de la Comisión de Asuntos Estatutarios.
Muchísimas gracias, querido Johnny. Buenas tardes, compañeras y compañeros. En primer lugar, me gustaría agradecer la buena disposición y el trabajo desarrollado a lo largo de toda la mañana en la Comisión de Asuntos Estatutarios, que, como digo, se ha celebrado en el día de hoy, tras haber celebrado también una reunión extraordinaria el día 22 de septiembre en La Haya, como suele ser lo habitual en los años de Congreso Mundial. Los principales puntos del orden del día fueron, lógicamente, los procesos electorales que se desarrollan con vistas a este Congreso Mundial. En primer lugar, el proceso electoral para la presidencia. La Comisión de Asuntos Estatutarios toma nota de las candidaturas recibidas por la Presidencia, Copresidencia, Tesorería y Presidencia de la Comisión Permanente de Igualdad de Género de CGLU, confirmando que todas ellas cumplen con los requisitos de elegibilidad. Los miembros de la comisión reiteran su agradecimiento a todos los candidatos por su compromiso con la organización y les animan a mantener debates entre ellos con el fin de alcanzar el mayor consenso posible durante este Congreso. En segundo lugar, las nominaciones a los órganos de gobierno. El segundo proceso electoral en los años del Congreso son las nominaciones a los órganos de gobierno. Los miembros de la comisión recibieron en La Haya una visión general de las nominaciones por sección, así como las últimas actualizaciones de esta mañana. Las principales cuestiones relacionadas con las nominaciones se centran principalmente en los equilibrios de representación, equilibrio geográfico de los países representados en las secciones y equilibrio entre los tipos de miembros y también, como no, el de género. La Comisión toma nota de los esfuerzos realizados por las secciones para alcanzar un equilibrio y unas nominaciones inclusivas dentro de su lista, al tiempo que ha expresado su preocupación por las dificultades para alcanzar el objetivo global mínimo del 30% de igualdad de género. Es un reto al que no podemos olvidar. La Comisión recomienda a su vez mandatar al Secretariado Mundial para que comparta las listas definitivas de nominaciones con los miembros con vistas a su ratificación mañana durante la Asamblea General. No se aceptarán más cambios hasta la próxima sesión del Buró Ejecutivo a celebrar en el año 2023. Acuerdo sobre la representación latinoamericana. Durante su reunión en La Haya, la Comisión tomó nota del acuerdo alcanzado para la representación latinoamericana en CGLU, que ha sido compartido con los miembros del Buró Ejecutivo. La Comisión también toma nota de que las nominaciones a los órganos de gobierno presentadas por América Latina respondían al espíritu de cooperación reflejado en el acuerdo propuesto. El siguiente punto es el proceso de conducción de las elecciones. Los miembros de la Comisión recordarán a la conducción de las elecciones actualizada en ocasión del Buró Ejecutivo de Sevilla. En caso de que sea necesario realizar una votación, la Comisión recomienda según la conducción de las elecciones, organizar la primera ronda después de la Asamblea General que constituirá el Consejo Mundial. El Consejo será convocado después de la sesión plenaria organizada mañana 13 de octubre para proceder a la primera ronda de votaciones. Tras el recuento de los votos, los 2 candidatos o candidatas con mayor número de votos quedarían para la segunda ronda y se les invitaría a componer su ticket, incluyendo la copresidencia y la tesorería. La segunda ronda se organizaría entonces durante la sesión formal del Consejo Mundial del día 14 de octubre sobre la base de la mayoría de los votos emitidos. Sobre el Comité de Supervisión Electoral, tal y como se acordó en la Comisión de Asuntos Estatutarios de Sevilla, el nombramiento del Comité de Supervisión Electoral quedó pendiente hasta que se aclararan las candidaturas a la presidencia. El Comité de Supervisión Electoral es el grupo encargado de vigilar que se cumplan las normativas acordadas por el Buró Ejecutivo, siguiendo las recomendaciones de la Comisión de Asuntos Estatutarios. Se presentó una propuesta a la Comisión con el objetivo de cumplir los requisitos de neutralidad necesarios para tal tarea. La designación de los miembros propuestos es don Mohamed Budra, presidente honorario de CGLU, Luca Bérgamo, antiguo teniente de Alcaldía de Roma, María Julia Reina, auditora honoraria de CGLU, Madeleine Alfelor, antigua alcaldesa de Iriga, un representante del CGLU Eurasia, un representante del CGLU Megua y un miembro del Secretariado Mundial. La Comisión confirmó que los requisitos de neutralidad se cumplen en esta propuesta y subrayó la conveniencia de promover un proceso que sea lo más inclusivo posible, animando a todas las candidatas y candidatos a mantener debates entre ellos con el fin de alcanzar, insisto una vez más, el mayor consenso posible. El siguiente punto ya fue sobre las reuniones de ciudades y gobiernos locales unidos próximas. La Comisión toma nota de varias manifestaciones de interés recibidas para acoger las reuniones estatutarias del año 2023, recomendando lo siguiente. Bruselas como sede del Buró Ejecutivo de 2023 en paralelo al Congreso de Metrópolis y en el marco de la Cumbre Urbana de Bruselas en junio. Konya como sede del Consejo Mundial 2023 en fechas por determinar. Además, la Comisión recibió un informe sobre la próxima Cumbre de Cultura de CGLU y desea compartir la recomendación de organizarla en Dublín en fechas todavía por determinar. Por último, sobre las cuotas de membresía, la Comisión recibió información actualizada sobre las cuestiones relativas a membresía y revisó estas solicitudes, incluidas las de los nuevos miembros que también se proponen para los órganos de gobierno. Tras revisarlas, la Comisión concluye que estas solicitudes no plantean problemas y desea recomendar al Buró Ejecutivo que las apruebe formalmente. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Carlos Martínez, por el informe que sintetiza lo que ocurrió hoy en la mañana en la reunión del Comité Estatutario, donde felizmente llegamos a acuerdos que le dan certeza jurídica a lo que va a ocurrir mañana y pasado mañana con todo el proceso de elección de nuestras autoridades. Si tuvieran algún comentario, y si no, daríamos por aprobado el informe de la Comisión de Asuntos Estatutarios. Por favor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't have any remarks to the report, so we can approve that. But just a proposal for the next year. This year, like next 2 days, we're going to have the elections. It will be exciting one. No matter what the result is, what important is to keep the family united. It will always be our aim. But I have also experienced along the way that still some of the issues, some of the rules, some of the processes are not clear for some of the regions, and there are also some questions arising, some scenarios. Maybe next year we should create a committee, because next year will be 2 more years to the election, so we will not have the stress of the election. We should create sort of a committee to sort of deepen this electoral process, to make it more clear with the scenarios, to sort of create the rules and procedure in a more sort of deeper way, so everybody would understand the same thing, everybody would be on the same chapter.
Maybe we could sort of create continental committee from different regions. They would all get together and make this more clear and as divine as possible, so we all sort of follow the same thing, follow the same scenarios. So it would, I think we really need that. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Bernardi, por su comentario. Tomamos nota y aceptamos la sugerencia que la Secretaría General va a tener presente. Bueno, estimados colegas, daríamos entonces... están pidiendo la palabra. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I also would like to echo what Mewa has said. It's very important that we have a much clearer process of the election. I have a proposal here regarding the timing, because we understand that there will be 2 times of election, the first round and second round. The first round will be on the 13th and second round will be on the 14th. As I also received information that several members will be traveling back already to their home country. If this is possible, that all the election process can be done on the 13th, that will be really, really much, better arrangements. Therefore, people who travel back on Friday and they will be also be able to join this. So we will be checking with all these Executive Bureau members here if this is feasible to have all the election happen tomorrow instead of Friday. Thank you.
Quiero darle la palabra a la Secretaria General para que se refiera a esta propuesta.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it's good to put this through to the Executive Bureau, but I want to recall that we have a host of a Congress with over 3,000 participants, implying that we will change the program has great implications for the rest of the Congress, and we would need to find ways and explore, and that is the job that the Secretariat does. So I am very open to the decision of the Executive Bureau, but I would beg understanding on the possible limitations to make those changes due to the fact that there is a huge program that would be affected. Very happy to explore opportunities and come back to you.
Muchas gracias, Emilia. Estimadas y estimados colegas, bueno, damos por aprobado el informe de la Comisión de Asuntos Estatutarios. Y me está pidiendo la palabra, perdón, Jean-Pierre.
Well, much I understand the difficulties of modifying programs they were planned. We must also consider that the process of election should be full because unfortunately some of our people will be traveling. And I hope that our host and the Secretariat will consider this also. And that if we can accommodate the process tomorrow, it could be a good idea.
De nuevo le doy la palabra a nuestra Secretaria General.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I beg the patience and the understanding of the elected officials, which are actually the members of the Executive Bureau, but since they are colleague secretaries general that are taking the floor, I beg your understanding for me taking the floor again. As I've said before, dear Secretary General of UCLG Africa, we will be happy to explore possibilities around this. And I am just asking for some additional time to explore what the real possibilities are. However, I want to emphasize that the timing and the date of the voting procedure has been known for over 7 months. And so while, of course, this secretariat is always at your service, always, I just want to clarify and recall to everyone that we have known this procedure for a very long time. But I would be happy to take this over with my colleagues, the Secretaries General, outside of this Executive Bureau room. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Emilia. Entonces, estimadas y estimados colegas, hemos llegado al final de... Perdón, me están pidiendo la palabra, compañero de América Latina.
Gracias. Bueno, por la oportunidad no quería dejar de aprovechar, expresar en este espacio tan importante sobre algunas situaciones que estamos viviendo los gobiernos locales. Antes que nada, quiero expresar un saludo muy cordial al alcalde del Distrito Metropolitano de Daejeon, así como también pues mi gratitud y felicitación por su excelente administración y gracias por su generosidad de acogernos en su hermosa ciudad. También quiero expresar mi saludo a la secretaria general de CGLU, la señora Emilia Sáenz, por su excelente trabajo, y a todos los presentes en este buró ejecutivo, y a todos también quienes organizaron este evento. Quiero presentarme. Bueno, mi nombre es Hipólito Santos, represento el Parlamento de la Municipalidad del Cantón Nabón, de la provincia de la Azuay, de mi país, Ecuador. A la vez, pues, que expreso también mi saludo de nuestro alcalde, Patricio Maldonado. Hace 5 meses que formamos parte de CGLU y nos complace estar presentes hoy en este buró ejecutivo, en este congreso y en las diferentes jornadas de trabajo. Ya como integrante de CGLU, siento que este es el espacio y la oportunidad de expresar, de dar a conocer al mundo entero las realidades de nuestros territorios, como es nuestro caso, y coincidimos con algunos países de Latinoamérica y de otros continentes que tenemos cosas básicas que resolver, como son la dotación de agua potable, el tema de saneamiento, la desnutrición infantil y otros más. Así es que hoy exhorto a todos los gobiernos locales y ciudades que ya han superado estos problemas básicos, así como también a las ONGs y la empresa privada, a priorizar y concentrar su esfuerzo y su apoyo para darnos la mano a superar estos problemas. Los gobiernos centrales nos dan muchas responsabilidades y competencias, pero pocos recursos. Este es el momento para pedir que nos demos la mano con acciones concretas, los más grandes a los más pequeños, para que poco a poco podamos igualar las condiciones de vida, por lo menos en lo más básico y elemental. Por otra parte, quiero hacer un llamado a todos quienes formamos parte de CGLU, que concentremos nuestro esfuerzo y nos identifiquemos como una organización que busca el buen vivir de todos y todas, más allá de las ideologías y de los extremismos políticos. Por último, debemos cerrar estas brechas de desigualdad sociales que son básicas. Me gustaría, ojalá y en el próximo encuentro hablemos de que algunas ciudades medianas y gobiernos locales pequeños hemos superado estos problemas. Señores, señoras, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias por su intervención. Bueno, ya ahora sí hemos llegado al final de esta sesión estatutaria. Quisiera agradecer de nuevo por sus valiosas contribuciones y también aprovecho para recordarles que la sesión estatutaria de la Asamblea General tendrá lugar mañana a las 2:30 en esta misma sala. De esta manera levantamos la sesión del Buró.
So, wasn't that a wonderful performance? We do really feel at home in Daejeon, and they are treating us well after the beautiful opening ceremony this morning with the President of South Korea and Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. We feel really welcomed. We are starting now our hybrid opening session. Local and regional governments breaking through as one. We are very pleased to have with us a very interesting lineup of speakers, but I would like to give the floor first to our governing president, Jan van Zanen, Mayor of The Hague, and VNG president, to say a few words. Governing president, if you would like to walk to the podium for these opening remarks. Breaking through as one has been a continued acknowledgement of the efforts that we need to do to not give up. A failure is not an option, and United Cities and local governments is ready to take up the challenge. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Much, Emilia. It's an honor and pleasure to talk to you again at the beginning of this and the opening session of our World Summit of Local and Regional Leaders, Local and Regional Governments Breaking Through as One. And I'm very looking forward to meet and to greet Maimouna, Their Excellency, our representative for the UN. But first of all, hello to you all. Thank you all for joining us today in the beautiful city of Daejeon. Allow me again to thank on behalf of the presidency, Mayor Lee and his team of the city for making us feel welcome in Daejeon. We never go away again, I think, and for making this gathering a reality. I hope you too will feel the closeness of our meeting and be moved by the inspiring debate until now that take place in Daejeon. Our UCLG World Summit and Congress builds on the century-old origins of our organization as a movement driven by peace, by solidarity, and by city diplomacy, and the pledge of the local and regional government's constituency around the world. As the pact for the future that we are discussing these days states, today we're facing more than changing times. We are living in a change of era. The existential and linked crises that threaten our survival are calling on us to act. And that is in the very DNA of our movement. Despite some short-term material benefits and advances, it is now abundantly clear that our systems do not work for everyone, and that they are exhausting our planet and eroding trust between our communities and their political leaders. Together, I'm sure about that, we can gather the political will, the resolve, and the conviction to transform our systems. At a time of divisions and misinformation, we need to stand strong for the joint vision that unites us. We recognize as World Organization that local and regional governments have a unique responsibility through service provision and supporting the daily lives of citizens, both public and private. Our proximity offers direct and daily contact with the lives and concerns of our citizens, with their aspirations and their needs. Breaking through together means and implies committing to genuinely seek equity and opportunity for all. Breaking through implies recognizing the links between global and local agendas. Our international municipal movement has come to age and has come of age, and we have a role to play in the development of policies for the future. We know there are enormous and exciting opportunities in developing new forms of governance and decision-making. We know we can, and we must regain trust of the people in institutions, and that it will be in our hands and in our hands alone to renew democracy, And it's the only way to guarantee the freedom and agency of the communities. This, dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friends, is our vision for a future in which we break through as one. It is in the most trying time when visions are put to the test. And it is in this context of post-pandemic and conflict that we need to ensure that the sacrifices made by many in these terrible times do not go unnoticed. On the contrary, they need to give us the fortitude to work united for the people, for the planet, and with the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Governing President, for that inspiring speech that voices the determination and the wish and the vision of our full leadership. We've got a good lineup coming up, and I would like now to give the floor to Thembi Kadimeng, Deputy Minister of Cooperation, Governance and Traditional Affairs of the Government of South Africa, who will always remain my sister and our co-president. Welcome so much, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Your Excellencies, High Representative of the United Nations for the UN Alliance, dear Presidency, the UCLG Governing President, Jan van Zanen, our mayors and partners. Most importantly, my greetings to our host, Dajon. What a beautiful conference, what a beautiful putting up of the entire UCLG family of local government in your shores. I would first like to thank Emilia this opportunity for and further appreciate the warm welcome this morning on my side by Mayor Lee. And I further wish to extend my warmest greetings to my colleagues in the presidency, with whom I worked with hand in hand for years to secure a space at the table to turn into a reality, a network, renewed multilateral system. And I can guarantee you that once a mayor, my dear friends, always a mayor. I'm happy to be here again, albeit virtually, but I do feel fully represented by President Stofile and the entire South African team that is part of this gathering of the municipal movement after 3 years of us having met in our beautiful country, South Africa. Our municipalities as the local government sphere require us to enhance the quality of the lives of our people by rooting government amongst the communities and spearheading the processes of the universalizing the access to basic services for us to realize our SDG goals. As we work to execute our duties, we are confronted by challenges that we have to deal with in order to make this ambitious truer than ever. We are going through complex moments in which the trust between our communities and ourselves as governments and national levels has been eroded, but we are always struggling to connect to the citizens that elect us. I believe that municipalities, ourselves, and the local government sphere can therefore continue to be the space that builds bridges between communities and the institutions that represents them. In my time as a mayor and co-president of UCLG, I've seen firsthand the potential that service delivery has in ensuring the well-being of our communities. The exchange we held in our learnings at UCLG became a key important element of service delivery as a key that can unlock the challenges that we face, but can also be used to further curb the inequalities, protect our planet, and of course, build the trust that I earlier alluded on between ourselves as governments and our people. Dear friends, my role is now key to linking and ensuring the coherence of locally implemented measures with national and global policies as part of multi-level governance frameworks. The responsibility and the compromise reached between the actors of our territories and with national and international actors is critical to ensure that any measures adopted are effective. And key to our messages has been our pact for the future, for humanity, as we slightly said, but also to ensure that no one remains behind. My commitment as a mayor then and then as a representative of national government today has not changed. My ambition is and will continue to be to raise the voices of our communities, to develop a model of governance that considers all stakeholders and better represents the views and the solutions from everyone in a better future for all. Excellencies, dear colleagues, we're at a key moment to accelerate the implementation of the global agendas, and we need the commitment and actions of all the actors. And all of our society, all of our government approach is needed. Together, we could be able to deal with any multi-governance and new mechanisms to govern in emergencies, and that can only be done through all of us being on board. My wish is that we dually begins to dissipate as we endeavor to change the model of governance to better represent our communities. Allow me to reiterate that no one should stand behind you, that we stand behind you, dear mayors. And government at national levels need you as an ally for an equally driven system that fully engages all of you and all of us, so we may be able to make a breakthrough as one. With these few words, I again wish to thank all of you for this opportunity. Let us engage in these sessions as it is an act of a pledge from the members of our Congress constituency, building on the origins of our movement to jointly deliver on achieving a peaceful, sustainable, and harmonious society where we live, work, and play. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister, for those words, for encouraging us to continue working together. It is a great pleasure to hear how our work has inspired the work that you are doing now, and your firm belief that we have a very important role to play contributing to national and global agendas. We are truly grateful. I see that we have Antonio Vitorino, Director General of the International Organization for Migration, with us. Thank you, Mr. Vitorino, for joining us once again. Your friendship and your support to local governments is very well known to us. We look forward to the adoption of the Lampedusa Charter on human mobility in the coming days here at the Congress. So it is a great pleasure for us that you join us to discuss our vision for a pact for the future focused on people. Welcome to this hybrid opening plenary of our World Congress in Daejeon. The floor is yours.
Hello, Emilia, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the invitation to join you here today. I think, as you said, that we should all be learning from and empowering cities. Despite the human, financial, and fiscal challenges they face, cities put people first, regardless of their migratory status. Cities and local leaders know what is needed and how to deliver. Their local pragmatic and integrated action across sectors like health, education, employment, justice are very good examples of collective action that can ensure that the migrants and displaced persons are not left behind, taking us one step closer to achieving the 2030 agenda and our common agenda for all. I was particularly inspired by the statement that the UCLG's Pact for the Futures is fueled by the power of we, and that cities here today are committed to shared ownership and co-creation for harmonious and sustainable societies. As we commit to identifying transformative solutions, it is not lost on us all here today that migrants and displaced people are part of the people that this pact seeks to put at the center of collective action. Just like half of the world population, most migrants and displaced people are living in cities. This trend is likely to grow as communities are faced with multiplying challenges. It is up to us all to join together in the spirit of inclusive multilateralism, to expand existing services and provide opportunities for everyone in the cities. Urban policy making and expanding services and jobs are key to all aspects, but to all aspects of migrant inclusion. Yet this should not necessarily involving singling migrants out for special treatment. That's not the case, but rather ensuring structures and services that can meet the needs of every person. At IOM, we support cities at all levels of development to embrace a whole of society approach, which includes active public participation and people-centered approaches with all groups and is based on principles of protection of fundamental rights, respect, tolerance, a key word, tolerance, and of course, non-discrimination. Yet, migrants are already contributing in so many ways to cities and territories where they reside. According to ILO estimates, 164 million people are migrant workers, contributing to vital services such as health care, food production, construction, transport, and science and technology. But migrants are also leaders who mobilize their communities and are key contributors to designing and implementing recovery plans and acting quickly during a crisis, as we have seen during the pandemic. Nonetheless, it remains clear that the pandemic, the COVID-19, has exacerbated inequalities and disproportionately affected migrants in terms of social and economic outcomes, and particularly targeting women and girls. We must do more together to make sure our cities are open, are safe, and are respectful of all. Cities, by the way, have already shown their commitment to implementing the Global Compact on Migration, most recently at the International Migration Review Forum. As part of the mayor's mechanism's call to local action on migration and refugees, 70 locally led actions were submitted by cities that showcase the transformational solutions being carried out right now in concrete terms to implement the Global Compacts for migration and also the Global Compact for refugees. IOM is proud to be a partner in this initiative. And as coordinator of the UN Network on Migration, IOM commits to supporting cities as essential partners in the implementation of the Global Compact. Together, we can jointly combine efforts and guiding frameworks like the Global Compact and the Your Pact for the Future for powerful change where it matters most in our communities and for all people. We look to the leadership of cities in promoting well-governed migration and migrants' inclusion in our communities to fight inequalities and equip ourselves, all of us, for a better future. Thank you.
I did not expect a weak message from you, dear Director General, but this has been indeed a very strong one that I do hope will reach the heart of this Congress and will inspire us to continue working together within the Migration Measures Mechanism and beyond. We are truly grateful for the progress that we are making. We know that we have a long way to go and that there are inequalities and imbalances that we need to address when dealing with the lives of many of the migrants and refugees that keep growing in numbers around the world. But I am certain your message is going to inspire our transformation in action of the Pact for the Future. I would now like to go to Chang Dong, Vice President of the Chinese People's Associations for Friendship with Foreign Countries, who is joining us online for opening remarks. Welcome.
Thank you, Secretary General. Distinguished mayors, dear friends. My name is Jiang Jiang. I'm the Vice President of the Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries. And I send you warm greetings from Beijing. I am honored to join you, friends, both old and new, at today's meeting. UCLG is the largest and most representative international organization of local governments in the world. Since its establishment, UCLG has united its members around the world and provided an effective platform for local governments to participate in global governance, promote exchanges and cooperation, launch city initiatives, and make voices of local governments heard around the world. Over the years, UCLG has played an irreplaceable and unique role in building a global network of local governments, pooling the strengths of cities worldwide, mobilizing its members to address global challenges such as climate change, wealth gap, gender equality, and urban governance. It has contributed its share to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the new urban agenda. In the past few years, although COVID-19 has cast a dark cloud over local exchanges and cooperation, we have managed to break through as one and rise up to various challenges. At present, the global economic recovery is fragile and risks and challenges keep flaring up. Under such circumstances, local governments around the world are aware that transformation, action, and cooperation are the only way out. More importantly, it is crucial for UCLG to play its role as a platform to unite local governments and solve difficult issues confronting development. I'm glad to note that Chinese members have been fully involved in the work of UCLG since day one. We have fulfilled our membership obligations in real earnest and participated in activities on the organization's agenda. The Chinese cities have brought into full play their respective advantages and expanded new horizons for local cooperation within the framework of UCLG. Since his election as co-president of the 6th UCLG Congress, Mayor Li Mingyuan of Xi'an has fulfilled his duties with a strong sense of responsibility and an innovative mind. Thanks to his leadership, Xi'an has established UCLG Aspect Tourism Committee. While contributing its wisdom and strength to the work of UCLG, Xi'an has also gained friendship and trust from the UCLG family. Other Chinese cities have also done commendable work. Together with UCLG and Metropolis, Guangzhou established the International Ward for Urban Innovation in 2012, an effort aimed at promoting the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals at the local level. In 2017, the Hangzhou-based Belt and Road Local Cooperation Committee and the Fuzhou-based 21st Century Maritime Cooperation Committee were established. They have provided platforms for local governments along the Belt and Road to share best practices of urban governance and cooperation. Looking ahead, Chinese member cities stand ready to support and participate in the work of the UCLG and UCLG aspect. We will work together with all the members to improve the role of local government in global governance and pull urban wisdom and strength to global development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President, for your encouragement and the work that you do to encourage participation from our Chinese membership. Indeed, it has been a very active membership. Thank you for these words. I am going now to the former host of our World Congress, the previous World Congress in Etequeni, Durban, Mayor Masunda. It is a pleasure to have you with us following our works here in the Young. The floor is yours. Please do join the podium.
Thank you very much, SG, once again to be afforded with an opportunity to share our experiences as a city of eThekwini, Durban in South Africa, in Africa. Fellow mayors, Secretary General of the UCLG, Emilia Sais, Secretary General of the UCLG in regions, business leaders, the leadership of various global institutions, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. I'm Xolis Kaunda, the Mayor of eThekwini Municipality. It is indeed a pleasure to be part of this opening plenary. November 2019 heralded a new mandate for organized local and regional governments in the form of UCLG Durban Political Declaration. The Durban Political Declaration, adopted by the local and regional delegates gathered within the World Summit of Local and Regional Leaders, built on the work of our constituency and was based on strong vision for the future of the international municipal movements, particularly for the next decades. The declaration was premised on 4 key pillars. The first being to shape the municipal movement in the next decade. The second being the need for local ownership of the global agendas. Third was to agree on the themes that we as collective local governments will be working on that will be critical for the future of humanity. And lastly, the commitments of our movement to fulfill the ambitious global goals. At the end of 2019 Congress, we were fueled with the energy encapsulated in the Durban Political Agenda. However, little did we know what we were to face as a collective in the years to follow. In 2020, the world was engulfed by COVID-19 pandemic, and local government were at the forefront of delivering much needed services to our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, coupled with the devastation of the pandemic, many cities also face the challenge of climate change with severe droughts and flooding, which place further pressure on local government as delivery agents of basic services. With the global recession, job losses impacted on local government's ability to generate revenue from rates and taxes, which placed further burden on the municipal fiscus. Effectively, as cities, we were placed in a situation where we had to do more with less from a revenue perspective. While this pandemic brought many challenges, it also presented local government with an opportunity to think out of the box, re-examine existing funding mechanisms, re-establish partnerships, and review priorities and strategies. More importantly, COVID-19 brought us together as local government to find solutions to global challenges. Whilst the pandemic reduced opportunities for the global communities to meet physically, it also provided a greater opportunity for cities to come together via virtual environments. We found that many cities began to ramp up their technological services to enable them to actively engage with both citizens as well as global local government organizations. I would just like to pause here for a minute and reflect on the role of UCLG in bringing us together through the live learning exchanges during 2020 and 2021, covering key aspects such as economic development, financial sustainability, improved mental health, public spaces, and health and safety, to name but a few. Through these live learning exchanges, the UCLG provided a very practical expression of the implementation of the Durban Political Declaration. However, in a very different context to how it was originally envisioned. The live learning exchanges allowed for cities to share experiences, but also share real-time solutions to challenges that we are faced with. It further allowed for ease of access to information, as well as technical expertise, without any additional cost to cities. For this Secretary General, we would like to thank you for your visionary leadership in creating opportunities for cities to unite during times of crisis. We want to reiterate that while the pandemic brought many challenges to local government, it also provided an opportunity and proved yet again that local government are at the forefront in responding to disasters. Through these unprecedented times, we were able to come together to promote the role that cities and regions must play in managing natural resources and contributing to the resilience of the planet, as well as social global justice. We clearly demonstrated that as local government, we come together on behalf of our citizens to ensure a better quality of life. Indeed, no one can deny that while we are global local government organizations, collectively, we represent the hope, aspirations, and dreams of citizens across the globe. Fellow participants, as we transition from the Durban Declaration to the past, to the Pact for the Future, and ultimately a new political declaration that will emerge from this Congress, let us recommit to achieving sustainable development at a local government level. There are still many challenges that we face, such as the need for more decentralized local government coupled with the requisite financial and human resources. Ultimately, whilst we come together to address these and more challenges, let us ensure that we remain focused by delivering quality services to our citizens. In so doing, we'll be able to break the cycle of poverty and underdevelopment, particularly in the developing world. Fellow leaders, as I conclude, I would like to quote a section from the Durban Political Declaration, which says, and I quote, "The transformation that will need to be brought about in our development model will only be possible if it responds to the dreams and expectations of citizens and communities, and if collective responsibility is taken to adjust and make compromises on a fair, equal, and sustainable basis." I close quote. Whilst this declaration was developed in 2019, it is still very relevant and applicable to our current situation, ladies and gentlemen. We can ensure that this transformation that we seek as local government can indeed be achieved if we collectively make a breakthrough as local government. With these remarks, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to partake in the plenary session and encourage you all to recommit to transforming our cities so that we can achieve the universal goal for a better life for all. Together, we can build a just world. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It is always good to look back. What a powerful message, which reminds us the strong message also of the Durban Political Declaration indeed. When the pandemic came about, just a few months after the Durban Congress, we all said that we were very lucky that we had such a strong political instrument guiding our actions. And indeed, it was the Durban Political Declaration that inspired our decalogue for the post-pandemic, that has finally given us also the vision for our pact for the future. It is really wonderful to recall all of these steps that we have undergone together through you, sir. Thank you very, very much, Mayor. I am very pleased to now invite to take the floor to the Mayor of Lisbon. He is joining us online, and we are also very, very grateful that you are with us. Mr. Carlos Moedas, welcome to our midst. Even if from far away, you are close by. Welcome, Mayor.
Dear Emilia, Secretary General, thank you so much for inviting me. And thank you to all of you. Thank you to the President of the UCLG. Thank you to the Mayor, Lee Jung-woo, of organizing and being the host of this great summit. To all the mayors, what a privilege to be here. I was just thinking about President Lyndon Johnson, where once he was asked if he would feel the weight of power and if he would feel the responsibility of being President of the United States. And he answered, it could be worse, I could be a mayor. And I think that the responsibility today of being a mayor is exactly that, is to have the weight of really having to solve the problems at local level every day. And the challenges of doing that are enormous, because in a digital world, people ask you to solve every day their problems in a very concrete way. And even if the challenges are global, and we know that the challenges of the world are global, the only way that we can solve those challenges is at the local level. And we are somehow the platforms of now, the platforms of doing. You can have the achievements, and you can have the SDGs, and you can have all these targets of the European Union that we follow here at European level. But if the mayors are not doing it, we're not able to basically make it. And so today I wanted just to thank you for being an organization that really, for me, represents a parliament of mayors, a parliament of the people that really can make a difference in these all three levels. A difference in the climate action, in the climate change that we are all following and that we have to fight back. Those changes can only be done at the level of a city. And so when I decided as a mayor to put forward a bill to have all public transportation for free for the young and the elderly, that was something that the people of Lisbon understood as a huge change in terms of a concrete measure for decarbonizing the city. And so we have to really be able as mayors to transform the messages of the United Nations or the European Union into very simple things. So if you want to decarbonize, you have to tell people, yes, we will put the public transportation for free. If you want to have an effect on the efficiency of energy, you have to do things like changing all the lamps in the city for LED lighting. And so then people understand. And I think that on the climate action area, really mayors have a huge role. And if we are together, doing that in the different cities across the world. If we are able to use less drinkable water, that you can actually water your gardens and clean your streets with water from the waste treatment plants and not from drinkable water, then we can really make a difference. Then I think that today in the digital world, the second really challenge is about how do we keep this relationship in between people and government. And mayors are the intermediaries somehow of that relationship today, because people with the digital, they thought that they could really change the world directly. And the reality is that they can't. They can't change the world directly. They have to have institutions, and those institutions, the ones that they believe are the ones that are really close to them. And the digitization of the world involves the idea that mayors can be there to help people on that process. We've created in Lisbon an assembly of people where we pick 50 people every 6 months randomly from the city of Lisbon to come to the town hall and to design and co-design policies with us. And they stay for a weekend, then we work together, and they keep working. Every week they come to meetings with the teams here at the town hall to really make a difference. And if you include people, then people feel that really they can make that change. And I think that it's something that I would give as an advice to all the colleagues around, that if you create those assemblies, then you can really co-design the city with people. And today, the digital world imposes that, and you can do it. You can do it one-to-one, you can do it with your people. And so that's something that I would also give as a suggestion to all my friends around here in this community of mayors, where I know a lot of them are already doing so. And I think that if we really are able, to change the world by small steps, those small steps will be those that the mayors can really put forward, being it on the digital world, being it on really fighting to keep the liberal democracy, being it by doing what we have to do every day to solve the simple problems of people. And if we don't do that, then I think that the danger today of the liberal democracy is that people really feel that you are not doing or you're not changing their lives. And so I think that today the governments depend on us. I think that even supranational institutions like the European Union depend upon us. And so our responsibility has never been so big to transform the world. And I tell this as an experienced politician at the European level, where I was heading the innovation in science for the European Union. And so today as a mayor, I feel very humble, but at the same time, I feel very, very empowered to help on this change. So I wish you, to all of you, a great meeting. I really hope I really wish that I was there. Unfortunately, I'm not. But I wish you the best. Also, greetings to my dear friend Antonio Vitorino, a Portuguese fellow and friend that is always so inspiring to hear, and to tell him that the city of Lisbon will be always alongside him, trying to be an inclusive, open city for everybody. We will always work on that under his inspiration as a great man that we have at the international stage. So thank you to all of you, and hope to see you soon, hope in Lisbon. Thank you. Thank you, Emilia.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I hope you can hear the warm applauses that are reaching you through the online platform. So we are going through to the next segment, and we are going to do that with a celebration, and it is a very important celebration for us. I would like to give the floor to Co-President Johnny Araya, the Mayor of San Jose de Costa Rica. Please, Mayor, do take the floor and be with us for this special moment for us at the World Secretariat and the World Organization. Sí, que sí que te lo traen. Está prontísimo.
Un saludo nuevamente para todos los miembros de este buró ejecutivo. Me complace mucho estar en Daejeon, Corea, en este 7º Congreso Mundial de la CGLU, y me da mucho gusto volver a verles a ustedes en persona tras todos estos años tan complejos para todos nosotros. Hace casi 3 años en Tánger, cuando nos reunimos poco antes de que se decretaran los cierres por la pandemia, nuestro movimiento municipal dejó claro que para los gobiernos locales y regionales permitir que las desigualdades siguieran creciendo era simplemente inaceptable. Sobre la base de este mandato, CGLU, en colaboración con el Consorcio de Investigación Knowledge in Action for Urban Equality, NODE, dirigido por el University College London y el International Institute for Environment and Development, ha dirigido un proceso de coproducción internacional que ha reunido a más de un centenar de representantes de los gobiernos locales y regionales, el mundo académico y las redes de la sociedad civil de todo el mundo. Es un honor para mí anunciarles que este proceso ha culminado en nuestro 6º informe Gold, Caminos hacia la Igualdad Urbana y Territorial, Estrategias Locales de Transformación para combatir las desigualdades, que presentamos hoy. Este informe que tengo en mis manos ha podido suceder mediante un trabajo colectivo incansable durante 3 años. Juntos y juntas analizamos cómo las desigualdades afectan a nuestras ciudades y territorios. Y lo que es más importante es que los gobiernos locales y regionales, en alianza con las comunidades locales, están haciendo al respecto. Estos caminos se basan tanto en ejemplos de experiencias valientes y transformadoras recogidas en todo el mundo, como en una llamada a la acción. ¿Cómo realizar? Propone alternativas para acceder a una vivienda adecuada, a la tierra y a los servicios públicos, lejos de la violencia y la discriminación. Cuidar. Invita a reconocer y promover la redistribución del trabajo de cuidado, al tiempo que hace un llamamiento al papel y a la capacidad de los gobiernos locales de servicios públicos locales naturales, que también sean respetuosos con la justicia social. Prosperar. Propone proteger los medios de vida y promover la economía social, los sistemas alimentarios locales y el desarrollo local sostenible, mientras que democratizar busca garantizar una participación inclusiva y significativa para salvaguardar las democracias locales. Los 6 caminos que los gobiernos locales y regionales pueden impulsar junto con sus comunidades locales son, por tanto, la principal contribución de este informe en los 3 pilares del Pacto por el Futuro de la CGLU: personas, planeta y gobierno. Al abordar todas las cuestiones y acciones transformadoras mencionadas en el pacto, los caminos del GOD 6 se basan en última instancia en una perspectiva y un proceso ascendente, es decir, impulsados desde los territorios y promueven los principios de subsidiariedad, inclusión y democracia. Quisiera agradecer en nombre de la presidencia de CGLU a las más de 100 personas que participaron en este proyecto y que hicieron extraordinarios aportes para tener el resultado que hoy con orgullo presentamos. Pero quisiéramos esta tarde agradecer en particular al programa NOW, así como el equipo de investigación y todas las comisiones y áreas de trabajo de CGLU. Por último, quisiera agradecer también a las principales redes de la sociedad civil que han contribuido activamente, la Coalición Internacional por el Hábitat, la Plataforma Global para el Desarrollo, para el Derecho a la Ciudad, la Asian Coalition for Housing Rights, a la Red de Mujeres de Entornos Informales, a Cohabitat, a World Enable, entre otros. Muchísimas gracias y dejamos así presentado el informe GOLD.
You know, such work happens in a very professional manner with a lot of effort, but it cannot happen without people. And so we want to acknowledge the people behind the job. And although they are going to be presenting the full report in a session on Friday, I want the group to accompany me here to kick it off. Camille Cosiña, researcher at the International Institute for Environment and Development. Alexandre Aspan-Frediani, principal researcher at the International Institute for Environment and Development. Edgardo Vilsky at my team in the World Secretariat. Ainara also in my team. Cecile also in my team. And of course, I would like to ask the president of HIC to also join us. Please, we deserve this picture. Participants online for being patient with us and celebrating with us as well. Thank you very much. We are carrying on now. Okay, so we are coming to the last segment of this very exciting and emotional afternoon. Thank you very much for being patient with us, for staying with us, accompanying our online participants. We are going to start now with the Pact for the Future consultation, the plenary consultation. It is especially relevant for us to scenify this consultation, because although we have been working together for many months, we felt that it was important for this World Congress, for our political leadership, but also for our partners to own and embrace the text, every single part of the text of this Pact for the Future. Most importantly, because we want this Pact for the Future to inspire the Summit for the Future that is organized by the United Nations and that will be taking place in 2024. What we are trying to demonstrate to the world is that our World Organization has come of age, and with us also the local multilateral system. That we have not only the vision, but also the capacity to address many of the challenges that we are facing today. And we have that capacity not simply as a technical one, but actually we have the capacity because we listen to people, and like the mayor of Durban was saying, we are answering to their expectations and to their dreams. And this is also why the Pact is addressing many of the commitments that we are making at local and regional level, the things that we can activate in this level, but also some of the issues that we know need to be tackled, but that might not be in our hands. And we might not even need it to be in our hands. It can be dealt with at another level of government. But we do have an opinion about it, and we do voice the interests of our communities. And so this is why we bring the discussion here. And we have given our political leadership the opportunity to express their vision. So in order to start with this consultation, which is going to be moderated later by my colleague Carol Saab, the CEO of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, I would like to now give the floor to Núria Marín, the mayor of Hospitalet de Llobregat, the president of the provincial government of Barcelona, to provide her political vision on our pact for the future of people. Welcome, Mayor.
Hola, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, Emilia, y a todos los representantes de CLGU. Es un honor dirigirme a todos ustedes en esta apertura, en este bloque plenario que ahora empieza. Lo hago en nombre de CGLU y en concreto como copresidenta de su Consejo Político de Gobernanza Territorial y Multinivel y Financiación Sostenible, en el que represento a la Diputación de Barcelona. Vamos a abordar en esta sesión la igualdad y los cuidados, uno de los aspectos del Pacto para el Futuro de la Humanidad que planteamos aprobar en este Congreso Mundial de CGLU. De entrada, quiero subrayar el alcance y la ambición de este pacto. Hablamos de Pacto para el Futuro y lo primero que hay que señalar es que en estos últimos 3 años, desde nuestro encuentro en Urban, hace ya un tiempo, el futuro ha cambiado y ha cambiado mucho. Si me permiten la expresión, les diré que el futuro ya no es lo que era. El impacto de la pandemia de la COVID-19 ha sido trascendental. No cabe duda de que ha sido mucho más que una crisis. En primer lugar, por su singularidad, porque ninguno de nosotros había vivido nada parecido. Y también porque la crisis sanitaria, además de ser global, se ha desdoblado en una crisis económica con importantes efectos sociales y políticas. Si añadimos los conflictos bélicos y en especial la guerra de Ucrania, con grandes consecuencias socioeconómicas que han impactado de lleno en el proceso de recuperación pospandémica, creo que no exagero al afirmar que el futuro ya no es lo que era. Suele decirse que las crisis constituyen oportunidades, y es cierto. Pero no es menos cierto que si desaprovechamos estas oportunidades, solo nos queda lo malo de la crisis. Es evidente que la crisis financiera del 2008 fue una oportunidad desaprovechada porque se resolvió agrandando las desigualdades sociales y económicas. Por otra parte, seguimos afrontando el reto de emergencia climática y seamos sinceros, nos queda mucho por hacer. Lo dice muy claro En nuestro pacto para el futuro, que cito textualmente, dice: los audaces y exhaustivos objetivos de desarrollo sostenible acordados por los gobiernos nacionales en el 2015 ya están significativamente desviados a nivel mundial. Y los gobiernos nacionales se están quedando cada vez más lejos de los objetivos acordados, con consecuencias potencialmente catastróficas. No quiero sonar alarmista, porque si algo nos caracteriza precisamente a los gobiernos locales y regionales es nuestra capacidad de acción tenaz e incansable, siempre cerca de nuestros vecinos y vecinas. Y el camino que hemos recorrido juntos, desde el pionero Congreso Internacional de las Ciudades celebrado en Gante en 1913, ha significado avances extraordinarios en el bienestar y en la calidad de vida. Y los avances logrados en estos últimos años, en especial desde la nueva agenda urbana que acordamos en Quito en el 2016, nos ha situado en una posición cada vez más influente y de liderazgo global. De aquí que sea un acierto plantear este pacto por el futuro antes de la Cumbre del Futuro que Naciones Unidas organiza el año que viene, como nos recordaba Emilia. Los gobiernos locales, las ciudades, las regiones, levantamos la mano, levantamos la voz ante las Naciones Unidas porque somos responsables de la ejecución de la mayoría de esas políticas decisivas para el futuro de las personas y también del planeta. No nos vale esperar inactivos o que nos den recetas ni soluciones para resolver problemáticas que vamos afrontando colectivamente. Asumimos sin miedo nuestra responsabilidad en el debate global y planteamos y llevamos a cabo políticas resolutivas y acciones concretas. El futuro sin duda ha cambiado y también debe cambiar el modo como lo abordamos. La globalización es un hecho, pero puede avanzar de otra manera. La solución a la crisis del 2008 ya fue un aviso porque se olvidó de las personas. La pandemia ha revelado errores parecidos, aunque esta vez la acción de las administraciones públicas, al menos en Europa, ha sido mayor, más rápida y más solidaria. Pero el peso de numerosos intereses privados y también estatales nos sitúa todavía lejos de un futuro mundial equilibrado. Por eso proponemos respuestas globales que reciban su impulso desde abajo, partiendo de la experiencia de éxito de los gobiernos locales y regionales, y así se explica la participación de la Diputación de Barcelona en este Congreso y en este Consejo Político de Gobernanza Territorial y Multinivel, Financiación y Sostenible de CGLU. Hemos desarrollado un modelo de éxito en la cooperación con los 311 municipios de la provincia de Barcelona. Se trata de un modelo basado en políticas de servicio público transformadoras y además lo impulsamos con un fuerte componente colaborativo. Nosotros consideramos que los gobiernos locales de nuestra provincia son nuestros socios y nuestra relación con ellos se basa en la cooperación, no en la jerarquía vertical. No somos un gobierno que recibe peticiones de subvención y que las gestionamos y las concedemos. Los gobiernos locales de ese tipo forman parte o deberían formar parte ya del pasado. Nuestra especialidad es fortalecer la acción de todos los gobiernos locales desde una perspectiva de equilibrio territorial. Y es precisamente esta experiencia la que determina nuestra labor de cooperación descentralizada que llevamos a cabo con socios internacionales, sobre todo en la cuenca mediterránea y en América Latina. Queremos trasladar nuestra experiencia a niveles más amplios, favoreciendo una gobernanza multinivel en que todos los países se puedan organizar verdaderamente como una comunidad internacional. Queremos tejer una real y eficaz red global que no entienda de fronteras ni de continentes al resolver esos retos compartidos. Este nuevo modelo que estamos planteando tiene características innovadoras, yo diría disruptivas en algunos momentos, porque la inclusión social y la igualdad de género forman parte de su eje central. El principal motor de los cambios sociales, políticos y también económicos para nosotros son los ciudadanos y las ciudadanas libres. y ese movimiento municipal feminista es fundamental para fomentar una nueva forma de hacer política que no excluya a niñas ni a mujeres. El pacto concibe también un futuro basado en los cuidados, el intercambio y la solidaridad. En el futuro, frente a un crecimiento centrado en el crecimiento del PIB, la producción y el consumo, debemos primar la búsqueda universal de la calidad de vida con el pleno respeto a los derechos humanos. Y en este futuro, las ciudades y las redes de ciudades tienen un protagonismo mayor, porque somos más eficientes, más eficaces que los niveles políticos estatales y continentales para garantizar la igualdad y los cuidados de las personas. Como dice nuestro Pacto para el Futuro, proponemos el derecho a la ciudad universal para todos y para todas. Y para ello necesitamos más democracia y más participación, algo que nosotros, los gobiernos locales, aportamos gracias a la proximidad con las personas. Nuestro Pacto para el Futuro es universal, basado en la igualdad de oportunidades, en la equidad y en la justicia. Un pacto para empoderar a todas las personas en todo el mundo. Un pacto para avanzar hacia un nuevo contrato social que desarrolle sociedades solidarias basadas en el acceso general a los servicios públicos locales. Un pacto, en definitiva, animado por una nueva forma feminista de hacer política, más empática, más solidaria, que por fin haga posibles sociedades justas, sostenibles y prósperas, en las que se protejan y se transmitan el bienestar y las aspiraciones de generación en generación sin excluir a nadie. No quiero acabar esta intervención sin destacar el valor de la presentación en este congreso del 6º informe GOL, Caminos hacia la igualdad urbana y territorial. Este informe representa una aportación fundamental al debate sobre la igualdad y los cuidados que forman parte central de esta sesión plenaria sobre el futuro de las personas. Así que les invito a todos y a todas a seguir atentamente las siguientes intervenciones. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, alcaldesa, por exponer tan claramente de qué se trata este pacto y este nuevo contrato social. Vamos a ver un vídeo que nos va a permitir pasar al siguiente segmento, que va a ser moderado por Carol Saff, y voy a invitar también a mi colega, el secretario general de UCLG MEWA, to join us in that session. Is the video ready, colleagues?
Good morning, good day, or good evening, wherever in the world you are taking part in this.
Local democracy is at the core of who we are as a movement.
Local and regional government can actually be the leader in making sure that feminist principles are embedded.
We believe that development needs to be inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. It needs to respond to the needs of our communities, of our planet.
Parce que nous sommes appelés à réfléchir constamment sur comment on peut venir aux besoins de ces populations.
Zamanımızın en büyük krizlerle başa çıkmak adına yetki alanlarımızı aşan zorlukları ele alabilmek için daha fazla bölgesel koordinasyona ihtiyacımız var.
新冠疫情爆发后，许多城市与我们守望相助，风雨同舟，践行了合作、开放、包容、共享的城市文化理念。
Nuestra organización mundial está lista para trabajar por un futuro renovado que tienda puentes sobre las comunidades y las personas, que nos ponga en armonía con nuestro planeta y que recupere la confianza con los gobiernos.
We need to address the renewal of the multilateral system.
The United Nations needs to learn about your vision, work and experience.
La columna vertebral del Pacto Futuro tiene que ver con la manera como preparamos a nuestras y nuestros ciudadanos para enfrentar mejor un mundo incierto.
Sabemos los grandes retos que tiene el mundo y entendemos que muchos de esos retos se tienen que resolver localmente.
Todos y todas merecen igualdad de oportunidades, igualdad de derechos, igualdad de libertades en nuestras ciudades.
the local space is the perfect place to connect the dots.
Women as political agents of change in communities must be empowered.
Я уверен, что вместе мы справимся.
At the time when the COVID is coming to an end, cities and local governments are tasked to drive recovery.
Pour que la reprise fonctionne, il faudra renforcer l'accès universel aux services publics, les services essentiels.
You are the most democratic institution of governance in the world, united across cities and local governments.
Welcome to the home of local multilateralism. Welcome to United Cities and Local Governments. Welcome to Daejeon. And I am very happy to hand over to Carol Saff to facilitate this segment with partners. Then we will have Cholile George facilitating a short segment with elected officials. And then we will have comments from my colleague Mehmet Duman. And as rapporteur, we have Billy Cobbett, who has been in our advisory panel for the pact. So this is the picture. This is what we have in petto. The floor is yours, Carol.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. As Amelia said, I'm the CEO of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and Secretary General of UCLG NORAM. The Pact for the Future will be a foundational document for UCLG in the years ahead. And so hearing from partners, stakeholders, experts, and really understanding their aspirations for our collective goals is also a very important part of this process. You know, we've heard it often this week, we are at a pivotal moment for the municipal movement. Locally, nationally, internationally, it's not business as usual, and local and regional governments and their associations are ready to act, ready to drive solutions and build support for more sustainable, equitable, and inclusive communities. And we'll do this, of course, in partnership with civil society, multilateral organizations, and other orders of government. We're looking forward today to hear from you, and thank you again for joining us. And so I'm going to invite our guests to share their views and thoughts on the Pact for the Future of People. And I'm going to start, and it is my real pleasure to introduce Ms. Anita Bhatia, Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations and Deputy Executive Director of the United Nations Women.
Thank you very much, Carol. Great to see you again, and great to see all of you here. Great to see you again, Amelia. Congratulations to all of you for this fantastic event. I haven't been here very long, but I can really feel the energy in the room and in the delegates and all the representatives here today. So let me just say what a great honor and what a great pleasure it is for UN Women to be with you on this occasion. So let me greet all of you, honorable presidents, secretary generals, mayors, civil society organizations, representatives, academics, everybody who's here. Really a delight for UN Women to be part of this very important conversation. Let me start by just saying what you said, Carol, that we are at an inflection point, and at this inflection point, your leadership, your voice, your energy is needed more than ever. The set of problems that the world is confronting today is extraordinary. We unfortunately are living through a nexus of problems, the likes of which have not been seen in decades. The combination of conflict, climate change, the repercussions of COVID, and now the energy crisis, the food security crisis, The inflation crisis, the interest rate crisis means that there is not that much positive to look forward to in the world today. Yesterday, the IMF released its report, its outlook on the global economy, and it said we should be prepared for a recession in 2023. So, ladies and gentlemen, the outlook is bleak. But provided we have optimism, good plans, and implementation capacity, we can change that. And that's where local action becomes so important. Obviously, as UN Women, we care about this global and local action being done with a feminist lens. And I do want to say that there are a number of things that we, as UN Women and the United Nations system, which is engaged in implementation of the SDGs, and for us particularly SDG 5 on gender equality, are concerned about. And we are concerned about the fact that the pandemic had a tremendous negative impact on women. It affected women's income, it affected women's health, it affected women's security. And all of you, as leaders, saw that in your backyards. So what are we going to do about it? We've talked about it ad nauseum, but the time now is for action. So can I just say I was really delighted as I was listening to hear that the report that you have just launched is actually on inequality. And I think this topic that you have put forward in the Pact of the Future, where you focus on equality and care, is so important. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the world we are living in today is so harsh that if we do not fundamentally care for each other, how can we build a better world? And that is both the challenge and the opportunity that we have today. So let me say a few words about gender equality, because no pact for the future of humanity for people, planet, and the government can be complete unless it focuses on key aspects of gender equality. And here, I must ask you to be impatient. And I must ask you to work with a sense of urgency. Because there are a couple of things which are key signals about whether gender equality really matters to the world or not. The first of these is representation. So we've just finished the General Assembly at the United Nations, and I have to tell you that it was really sad to see that out of 193 member states of the United Nations, only 28 have heads of state or government who are female. How is it that we are living in 2022 and we have only 14 cabinets in the world which are gender equal? And how is it that we are living in a world where when I look around the room, I do not see 50-50? And how is it that we are living in the world where only 34% of local government is led by women? So I know that many of you in this room who are men are feminists. And I know that you care about the agendas that women care about. But one of the ways the world has to show that it is serious about gender equality is there have to be more women at the decision-making table. There have to be more women in positions of power. There have to be more women in leadership roles, because we have learned the hard way that if you do not have women at the table and you do not have women in leadership roles, then many women's issues do not get addressed. So the first thing, ladies and gentlemen, that I urge you all to think about is representation of women. The second, we have to think about really specific ways to make that happen. We know that quotas work. We know that temporary special measures work. We need to implement them. We just don't do enough of it. So we need to really push forward on an agenda which shows that we care about equality and we care about care by making sure that we are implementing the things that we know that work. And we know that what really matters also today, because problems are big, problems are complex, and problems are wicked, that the only way to do this is in partnership and collective action. That is why I want to underscore here the importance of the Generation Equality Forum, which took place in Paris and in Mexico last year, and where we had an opportunity to launch an action coalition, several actually, but one of them in particular on feminist leadership. I know that many of you here are partners with us in this action coalition, and for those of you who are not, I invite you to join us, because it is only through concerted, multi-stakeholder action that we will move the needle in a way that equality and care become real. And finally, I do want to say something about an issue which I know is top of mind for all of us, and that concerns the nexus of climate and cities, climate and women, and climate and equality and care. Because climate change is no longer just something that gets discussed at COP27. Climate has to be something that is integral to all solutions that we are putting forward today. I know that each and every one of you is thinking about this, but because climate change is such a profoundly important topic for cities and local governments, I ask that any actions that you take towards this be done with a gender lens, in a way that moves the needle for feminist action at the local, regional, and global level. Today's new multilateralism is a vehicle for enhancing citizen participation. It is a way of making sure that we leave no one behind. The Pact for the Future provides huge sets of ideas, innovation, and inputs into the Summit of the Future, and wonderful material as we at the United Nations think about the Secretary General's common agenda. For that, I thank you very much for your contributions. And I want to end today's words and today's reflections by just saying, if you look at the TV screen any day of the week right now, you cannot help but notice the importance of action on the streets by women for women. There is no way to escape the reality that the world is a much tougher place for women today than it was even 3 years ago. With that in mind, I would just like to leave you with a call for action, that if the Pact for the Future of Humanity, if indeed people, planet, and government are front and center, then this cannot be done by leaving half of humanity behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary General, again for your comments today and call to action, and for underscoring the importance of a feminist framework for our Pact for the Future of Humanity, and your invitation to be impatient, because we certainly are. And so thank you very much again for your remarks. I have a quick housekeeping announcement before I introduce our guests, just for everybody in the room, for you to know that dinner has been delayed until 8 p.m., so you have some time, extra time to remain here with us for the rest of this exciting panel. And it's my pleasure to introduce next the Mayor of Montevideo, Ms. Carolina Clase. So Mayor, you're joining us online. Over to you.
¿Qué tal? Para mí es un honor. Buenas tardes, amigas, amigos de CGLU. Para mí es un gusto tener la oportunidad de compartir estos breves momentos con ustedes. Verdaderamente, escuchando las palabras de Anita Bhatia, podría decir que sentí el orgullo de ser mujer, pero en vez de decir eso, quiero decir que sentí el calor en el alma de escuchar a una luchadora hablando de la realidad, de los sueños y del compromiso. Verdaderamente quisiera estar ahí con ustedes con todo mi corazón. Razones de fuerza mayor de mi entorno familiar me han llevado a la decisión de permanecer
en mi hogar durante unas semanas. Y ustedes saben, todos nosotros somos alcaldes, estamos sujetos todo el tiempo a grandes decisiones. Yo he tomado esta decisión con tranquilidad y con seguridad, pero también les agradezco la posibilidad de estar participando por este medio. Nos representan Montevideo, dos grandes mujeres, Olga y Fabiana, que están ahí con ustedes. Hoy nos encontramos aquí una vez más en la familia del CGLU para reflexionar, discutir sobre nuestras acciones y planear para el futuro. Yo soy ingeniera de formación, también estoy formada en matemáticas y desde hace un tiempo soy la alcaldesa de Montevideo. Y déjenme decirles que es asombroso a nivel mundial lo que ha sido, lo que es el desarrollo exponencial de la ciencia y la tecnología en el mundo. Quizás la ciencia en todas sus ramas no se ha desarrollado ni a los niveles ni a la velocidad en el mundo, en la historia de la humanidad, como lo está haciendo ahora. Y sin embargo, más que nunca aparece frente a ese desarrollo gigantesco y rapidísimo de la ciencia y la tecnología, la necesidad de la formación integral de las personas, la tentación de insistir solamente en la formación científica o tecnológica de las personas es muy grande, pero en este mundo, con este nivel de desarrollo científico y tecnológico que ha impactado en todas las áreas de la vida, más que nunca surge la necesidad, desde mi humilde punto de vista, del humanismo en su concepción más profunda. Porque este desarrollo de ciencia y tecnología va acompañado en el marco de la realidad de una gran incertidumbre cuyo símbolo más potente es el fenómeno de la pandemia, es el fenómeno del COVID-19, que sin haberlo previsto, podríamos haber previsto que algo así puede suceder en cualquier momento. Si alguna enseñanza debemos haber tomado de este fenómeno entre las muchas que tuvimos en todas las ciudades, es la importancia de tener la incertidumbre en nuestra agenda y la necesidad de poner en el centro de nuestra actividad la salud, pero no la salud en un aspecto curativo. Decía un gran presidente de mi país, la enfermedad es un tema de los médicos, la salud es un tema de Estado. Y la salud en un marco de un profundo humanismo quizás deba ser el motor principal del desarrollo de las políticas del futuro, entendiendo al ser humano y su potencial, su derecho a la felicidad como centro de nuestra política. Y por eso creo que en este contexto, el Pacto para el Futuro, la declaración de intenciones de nuestro movimiento municipalista, nos brinda una oportunidad para reforzar el impacto de nuestras políticas y de avanzar hacia ciudades o hacia infraestructuras urbanas que hagan esto, que coloquen en el centro a las personas y a sus necesidades. Hay un viejo dicho que dice que para llegar más rápido a un lugar hay que ir solo, pero hay otro que dice que para llegar más lejos hay que ir acompañado, con mucha gente. Es ese camino colectivo del que hablaba Anita Batia. Y el humanismo en momentos de violencia, de agresividad, de grandes conflictos mundiales, pero también de agresividad en nuestra población. La agresividad y la violencia permea, lamentablemente, todas las debilidades de nuestra sociedad. Por eso el humanismo tiene que ser el centro y tironea con desafíos a la ética política. Más que nunca la política, en el marco de la democracia, la política como sustento democrático, está llamado a poner la ética política por encima de todo como un vertebrante de la acción. Y esa ética política no puede tener otra brújula que la ética de los cuidados. Sí, nunca antes el futuro de la humanidad estuvo tan presente en el día de hoy. Nunca antes el ayer, el hoy y el mañana estuvieron tan presentes en nuestra vida cotidiana. Y por eso es importante construir una sociedad donde nuestras propias ciudades, nuestras ciudades sean continentes para los ciudadanos que vendrán, para los ciudadanas y ciudadanos del ayer, del hoy y del mañana, donde seamos libres y seguras, donde podamos desarrollarnos integralmente, rompiendo estructuras de segregación o discriminación que son milenarias y debería darnos vergüenza que son milenarias. Algo tendríamos que poder hacer. Este mundo no sucede en un lugar lejano. Nosotros somos gobiernos locales, sabemos de cercanía. Este mundo no sucede en un lugar lejano. Este mundo sucede cuando nuestra abuela o la abuela de otro, y qué importante ver en la abuela del otro a la abuela propia, que es o que fue. Cuando nuestra abuela o la abuela de otro deja correr una lágrima en silencio, conmovida por la pasión de los jóvenes, conmovida por el temor del futuro de los niños pobres que ve a su alrededor. Y por eso es tan importante un mundo donde llevemos adelante la corresponsabilidad de los cuidados. Sí. Y tenemos en este mundo de hoy la enorme oportunidad cultural de amplificar nuestra mirada, de compartir a voz en cuello una mirada nueva de nuestra sociedad, donde seamos conscientes y explicitemos los temas de migración, de pobreza, de malnutrición infantil, de desahucios, de desempleo. Los dramas que vemos diariamente en nuestros barrios tienen en las mujeres, en las personas migrantes, en las personas con diversidad funcional, en las niñas, en los adolescentes, en la población LGBTIQ+, o en desempleados a sus principales protagonistas. El mundo sucede cuando un niño, cuando le dan un pan en la escuela, guarda la mitad en su bolsillo y se lo lleva a su hermanita que está en su casa y que como aún no pudo ir a la escuela, no tiene ese pan para comer. Por lo tanto, todos nuestros esfuerzos en amplificar esta mirada nueva y en trabajar para una real cohesión social nunca serán en vano. El mundo sucede cuando una madre joven, en el medio de la lluvia y del barro, cargada de hijos, desesperadamente como una leona, busca un lugar para que sus hijos pasen la noche en un abrigo. La vivienda es un derecho, la casa, la vivienda. Y quizás deberíamos ser muy disruptivos, muy innovadores y trabajar sin pausa para trabajar alrededor de la consecución de ese derecho. No sé si de esa propiedad. Habrá que trabajar mucho, conversar, reflexionar y hacer. Y esto nos lleva al cambio climático. El cambio climático no sucede lejos, sucede a la vuelta de la esquina, todos los días. Ya no es un tema de científicos ni de escritorios. Estamos viviendo con eso. Y los gobiernos locales lo sabemos todos los días. Y tenemos también un enorme desafío que puede transformarse en una enorme oportunidad como lo fueron los libros en su momento, como lo fue la imprenta. Nadie matará los libros, dice Humberto Eco. ¡Qué maravilla! Tenemos los desafíos de la conectividad, de la transformación digital, que incorporan lamentablemente un nuevo desafío por una nueva brecha, una nueva distancia que hay que achicar. Pero quiero decirles, mi país ha hecho un gran esfuerzo y tiene un rol destacado, una situación destacada en conectividad a nivel mundial, pero aún así quiero decirles que nunca alcanza, porque una vez que esa brecha se va achicando, empiezan a surgir otros temas, los temas relativos a contenidos, a la cultura, a qué hacer con eso, de la misma manera que la profusión de libros en el mundo no resolvió las desigualdades sociales, pero a qué herramienta es para el cambio cultural. Así que verdaderamente estamos plagados de desafío. Yo quiero ver con optimismo el futuro, a pesar de las oscuridades del presente, porque siempre los ejemplos de los más débiles, de las mujeres, de los migrantes, de las niñas, de las ancianas, me hacen ver que en realidad, las heroínas, los héroes, están del lado más débil del mundo. Y ellos deben ser nuestro ejemplo, nuestra inspiración, los que ponen el muro más alto para desarrollar nuestra responsabilidad. Hoy más que nunca, como CGLU, quizás debamos tener presente que la diplomacia de las ciudades debe ser concebida como una estrategia de internacionalización compartida por muchos gobiernos locales y regionales en el mundo, convencidas del potencial del municipalismo. El municipalismo como un elemento vertebrador, como un elemento que puede dar respuesta a los enormes y dolorosos desafíos globales. Juntos, tendiendo puentes, construyendo colectivamente, quizás podamos lograrlos, porque más local es más cerca, y estando más cerca, llegaremos más lejos. Caminemos juntos, más cerca, para llegar más lejos. Muchísimas gracias.
The circumstances that kept you from here. We're so appreciative that you could join us online and be with us here today. We feel your presence in the room, so thank you very, very much for that. I'm going to now turn the floor over to our next guest with us today, Mr. Loic Fauchon, President of the World Water Council. So over to you. He's also joining us online. Over to you, Mr. Fauchon.
Good evening, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, leaders and elected officials. Dear Secretary General Emilia Saiz, thank you for giving a place to water during your World Congress, and especially for this plenary on the future of populations. Between UCLG and the World Water Council, there's already a long common history, illustrated by your presence at each World Water Forum. And I would like to remind you that in Mexico City in 2006, during my first presidency, we drew up a local authority water declaration. Then in Istanbul, a water consensus in 2009, and in Marseille in 2012, we published the political message of local and water authorities, and so on, until Daegu in 2015, Brasilia in 2018, and most recently, this year, 2022, in Dakar, with the action plan for water security prepared by UCLG and OECD. This shows, if anyone doubted, it's how much local authorities are convinced of their responsibilities in the field of water. and how much we, water managers, believe that the competence of water is increasingly local. And this gives each of us a huge responsibility for the future. No one can deny that populations are threatened by demographic growth, threatened by urban and coastal concentration, threatened by frightening pollution on land and sea. And climate deviation is the ultimate injustice added to attacks on both man and nature. And water itself is under constant attack, and its security is being questioned. So what can be done to ensure that everyone can drink to their heart's content, that agriculture can feed people, and that industry can respond to the rise in living standards? Let me summarize some of the ideas which need to be put on the table for dialogue and then action. The first is that local authority must be fully involved in securing the resource, whether there is too much water, torrential rains, floods, or a shortage. It's always the capacity to ensure the various supply uses of water which is at stake. Whether there is a shortage or an excess of water, the question of reservoirs and precautionary storage must be addressed jointly. We need flood regulation or reserves from the wet season to the dry season, and we must, like our ancestors, like all peoples since antiquity, know how to conserve water today to have water tomorrow. And also share water for man with water for nature. This is essential, and which each day more water reserves and more water nature-based solutions. Local elected officials who year after year are given responsibility and competence for water, but also for wastewater and rainwater, must demand to be associated everywhere in the world to secure freshwater resources, particularly through basin management policies. The second idea is to consider more acutely water for food. This is a requirement of this century, and it's at the center of the relationship between urban and rural territories. We should not listen to media and social networks which oppose permanently city dwellers to farmers. Solidarity is not only necessary, solidarity is also indispensable. There are no smart cities without smart rural areas. It's first and foremost rural lands which protect nature, water resources, as well as biodiversity. International cooperation cannot exist in the long term if it's done exclusively for the benefit of cities and if it forgets the absolutely fundamental role of the countryside and its rural populations. The third idea concerns the investments needed everywhere to secure and distribute water among the various users. There are too many poorly maintained water networks, too many spoiled pumps and boreholes. And so we say that an obligatory part of any investment, up to 20 to 25%, should be devoted to maintenance and training. Finally, the fourth and last proposal, in addition to knowledge, shared innovation, and good governance made of voluntary decentralization, we must implement new sustainable and equitable financing capacities. Water, wastewater, and sanitation deserve trust and transparency. We advocate for the generalization of sub-sovereignty, which allows a city in a poor country to borrow without state guarantee as long as it demonstrates its ability to repay. This also requires autonomous water and sanitation budgets in each municipal or metropolitan budget. Well, dear colleagues, there are still many other ideas to put on the table. We are committed to continuing the dialogue together, to move from ideas to action, from solutions to answers on the ground. And it's in this spirit that together with the government of Indonesia and the province of Bali, we are going to prepare the 10th World Water Forum, which will be held in mid-2024. And on behalf of the World Water Council, which I have the honor of chairing, I invite UCLG to join us as you can lead the local authorities' political process with us. And together, which must, step by step, draw the future of water, as water is a public and common good for the benefit of the future of populations which should all gain the enforceable rights to water and sanitation. Thank you again for your invitation. Thank you for your collaboration, past, present, and future. And great success to your World Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fauchon, for your remarks on one of our most precious resources and for underscoring a sentiment that is at the heart of our movement, really, on many issues, which is that solidarity is both necessary and indispensable. And we appreciate the invitation as well to the World Water Forum, and hopefully many of us will see you there. So thank you very much for joining us today. Also at the heart of our movement and at the heart of the discussion today is the future, and a big part of that future and central to this discussion must be listening to the voices of the next generation of leaders. And so it is with great pleasure that I introduce to you today Ms. Alana Wong, who will represent the UCLG Youth Caucus in this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol, Amelia, and UCLG for having me here today, and for truly living the promise that youth in all parts of society should be equal stakeholders at the table, and for their commitment to a better future. The Pact for the Future illustrates the disillusionment that many youth feel right now, especially around COVID recovery and lack of progress in the 2030 agenda. The world had a chance to change for the better, and our leaders did not take it, instead allowing future inequality, for further inequality and future inequality, poverty, conflict, discrimination, and the weakening of human rights. Leaders call constantly for youth to inspire, to lead, to give hope, but we're running low. In conversations about the future, hope is increasingly being displaced by uncertainty. We don't know if we want children because we can barely afford our rent. We start saving for retirement, but we don't know if the planet will exist by the time we're 50. These are just some of many concerns. Tell me, is this the hope that you want us to have? When I read the Pact for the Future side by side with the recommendations and priorities we develop with youth around the world, I see a new bright glimmer of hope that I want to keep. In particular, across the three foci, we appreciated two things. First, the recognition that these themes exist not in silos, but deeply interconnected societal structures, deserving of multilateral and holistic solutions. And second, that all the recommendations understood and embraced the need to unwaveringly stand and take action for the world that we want to live in. Many will call it bold, or at least progressive, but what is so bold or extreme to say that all people deserve to have an equal chance at a good life, to be cared about? I ask you to consider humanity as the pact highlights, with 3 priorities from our youth consultations and the town halls. First, guaranteeing equal human rights and a caring society. We need multilateral cooperation to ensure access to quality services and equal opportunities for all, including education, employment, healthcare, housing, nutrition, justice, protection, and civic participation. It is no coincidence that Mr. Vitorino and I are both here. Human mobility and diversity is our present and our future, and all members of society, including migrants and refugees, must be included. Second, fostering human dignity and creativity, including the human right of cultural identity. Climate change, conflict, and discrimination are destroying whole cultures and reducing lives to mere survival. Culture and peace are crucial to understanding who we are and valuing all the diverse members of our society. Third, ensuring human protection, both through combating xenophobia and discrimination, but also guaranteeing social and labor protection for all. Only through fulfilling these needs can we have well-informed, empowered citizens with the capacity to care for each other and our planet. Is that not the definition of humanity? To be human should be to ensure a minimum quality of life for all. Some may say this pact is ambitious, but everyone here is a leader in their communities, cities, governments. We move the goalposts of society. As youth, we're here to support you, but we need to be equal stakeholders along with civil society. So I call on all policymakers in this room as a plea from youth across the world. Take on this pact and take it seriously, because it's not just crucial for human development and human progress, but also crucial to the preservation of our humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena, and to the UCLG Youth Caucus for your bold and raw call to action. Truly witnessing your thoughtfulness and engagement gives us hope, and as you said, we have an accountability to return the same to you through this pact. So thank you very much for your comments today. I'm going to shift gears a little bit here and turn now to our next speaker, Mr. Justin Kunin, who is from the UHC 2030 Steering Committee. He is a co-chair of that committee. Mr. Kunin, over to you. Welcome.
Thanks very much, Carol. Excellencies, colleagues, it's great to be here in Daejeon together in person at last. Thanks to our wonderful hosts and also to UCLG, both for the opportunity to be here, but also for the strong partnership which is developed between UCLG and UHC 2030. We're honored, Secretary General Emilia, to count you as one of our key political advisors and a very active and enthusiastic one at that. UHC 2030 is the multi-stakeholder partnership which guides the movement for universal health coverage. SDG 3.8, the idea that all people should have access to the health services they need when and where they need them without financial hardship. And from the perspective of health, the pact couldn't come at a better time. So congratulations to UCLG for making it this far. COVID-19 has taught us many things. It's taught us that our efforts to prevent future health emergencies will come to nothing unless our countries and our cities are equipped with resilient, equitable health systems. There's been so much focus on health security and emerging infectious diseases, and that's completely understandable. But without well-functioning supply chains, well-trained and well-paid community health workers, effective data systems, strong primary healthcare facilities, our efforts to improve health security have and will fail. COVID-19 has taught us that responses need to be localized, and that without responses that tailor specifically to the needs of individual communities, responses that speak the language of these communities, both literally and metaphorically, the poorest and the most marginalized, including migrants, the elderly, people living with disabilities, and many others, I'm sure you can think of them, will inevitably be left behind. COVID-19 has taught us about the importance of social participation and the direct involvement of civil society and communities in health planning at national, subnational, and local levels. Communities know the solutions to their problems better than anyone else, and they need to be given the agency to enact them. And COVID-19 has taught us, if we weren't already sure of it before, and as Mayor Marin and Mayor Kos both explained so well already, that health is a precondition for social and economic development. If we want thriving cities, we need healthy cities. And for all of these reasons and more, the engagement of cities, local and regional governments in health is key. It is cities that can build caring, person-centered primary healthcare systems. I know that not all of your cities have a role in providing health services, but many do. It is local governments who are closest to the communities and individuals they serve. They're often a first point of contact. And because of this, it is local governments who are often best placed to support meaningful social participation and to empower communities through formal participatory governance processes. If we think of health as services provided in tertiary clinics and hospitals, it's easy to see why local governments might not think it's their priority or responsibility. But health is so much more than that. It's the health promotion in community centers, it's sanitation, it's water, thank you, Monsieur Fonchon, online. It's nutrition, it's exercise, it's a healthy built environment. It's adequate housing, it's gender equality. Thank you, Anita Bhatia, for your comments earlier. We at UCLG 2030 are very proud supporters of the Generation Equality Forum, and it's so much more. All of these lay the platform for resilient communities and societies which are capable of withstanding health emergencies. And all of these lie squarely within the domain of local and regional governments. So our message from the movement for Health for All to the local government movement on this occasion of the adoption of the Pact for the Future of Humanity and of the Daejeon Political Declaration is simple. We see you as an integral part of the mission to achieve health for all. We need you to step up on health. We cannot achieve the goal of universal coverage without you. We welcome the UCLG Pact for the Future as part of a renewed social contract. Putting care and people at the center of local action is essential, as you all know, if we want a world with more sustainable and thriving societies. And at UCLG 2030, we pledge in return to work closely with UCLG to make sure that your voice and perspectives are heard in global decision-making processes, particularly at the UN high-level meetings on UHC and pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, which will take place at the UN General Assembly in September 2023. We'll see you there. Congratulations and onwards.
Thank you very much, Justin. Your comments certainly resonated. Certainly in the Canadian experience, the fragility of our healthcare security was brought into sharp focus with the pandemic, and certainly while it was an unequal reality, we know it was a shared reality across the world as well. So we really appreciate your remarks today. And finally, last but not least, in this portion of the conversation, I'm pleased to introduce to you Ms. Maria Soledad Cisternas Reyes, who is the UN Secretary General Special Envoy on Disability and Accessibility.
Muy buenas tardes a todas y todos. En primer lugar, quiero hacer un reconocimiento a una frase que me produjo mucho impacto en el discurso de la mañana de Emilia Sáez, cuando ella habló del poder multilateral de los gobiernos locales. Yo provengo del área del derecho internacional público y por eso me impactó, porque siempre acostumbramos a hablar del multilateralismo de los estados. Y creo que precisamente si uno analiza el siglo XX, la primera mitad del siglo XX, cuando se crean las Naciones Unidas y todo lo positivo que esto ha significado en el mundo, creo sin exagerar que el siglo XXI es la era de los gobiernos locales. Precisamente a través de este pacto que se está lanzando ahora. Hablaban ustedes de Durban, el año 2000, cuando empieza a crearse este movimiento. Un movimiento que sin duda marca una historia. Yo lo estoy mirando en una cosmovisión más global. Un movimiento en el cual hay diversos elementos muy significantes. Por ejemplo, cuando se hablaba acá de la pandemia y los efectos negativos, si bien es cierto lo fueron y lo han sido, a mí me gusta ver el vaso medio lleno. Y el vaso medio lleno allí fue precisamente que los gobiernos locales comenzaron a efectuar las respuestas participativas e inclusivas de los ciudadanos, como decía Emilia, los vecinos, las vecinas, para dar una respuesta que diera satisfacción a lo que se necesitaba en ese momento. Veo que este pacto precisamente se basa en esta respuesta inclusiva y participativa. Es un movimiento inclusivo toda vez que abre de par en par sus puertas a distintos sectores. Hemos hablado aquí de las mujeres, como se dice en mi país, la política turquesa, la política de las mujeres. Pero también yo quiero decir que me ha llamado la atención positivamente ver cómo estos gobiernos locales, CGLU, ha abierto sus puertas a otros sectores de la población, aquellos sectores más marginalizados, aquellos que se encuentran en la pobreza mayor. Y me refiero con esto a las personas con discapacidad y a las personas mayores, quienes han puesto y hemos puesto toda nuestra confianza en el quehacer realizado por los gobiernos locales. Es así como hemos tenido logros importantes. Hemos realizado diversas acciones donde uno puede ver claros ejemplos. Y con ello me voy a referir al caucus sobre accesibilidad universal. El caucus sobre accesibilidad universal es precisamente una puerta que se abrió desde este pacto de los gobiernos de CGLU, donde se le da cabida a estos sectores marginalizados para decir, señoras y señores, la accesibilidad es el producto jurídico transversal más importante del siglo XXI. ¿Y por qué? Porque precisamente la accesibilidad universal es la que permite el ejercicio de derechos humanos y libertades fundamentales para millones y millones de personas en el mundo y también para el cumplimiento del desarrollo sostenible. Ustedes han hablado aquí de la Agenda 2030. Entonces creo que sin duda este pacto de CGLU se transforma precisamente y transforma a CGLU en un actor de las relaciones internacionales. Un actor de las relaciones internacionales que es capaz de producir insumos que van hacia precisamente los gobiernos centrales. Y los gobiernos centrales en un proceso de reconversión los transforman en productos políticos, jurídicos y sociales. Y un pequeño ejemplo, si me lo permiten. En mi país, donde ha habido una ebullición muy grande política, ¿quiénes fueron los primeros que dijeron, hagamos una consulta, veamos si es necesario un plebiscito para una nueva constitución? Fueron precisamente los alcaldes de distintos colores políticos. Con esto quiero decir que la creatividad desarrollada hoy día por los alcaldes, la mística del municipio, cómo esto está liderado por CGLU, marca un antes y un después en la forma que tenemos los ciudadanos, las ciudadanas, los vecinos, las vecinas y los vecinos de ver cómo estas ciudades y gobiernos locales unidos nos están dando una luz de esperanza. Por eso hablaba que frente a cosas terribles que están ocurriendo en el mundo, como se ha mencionado, yo lo veo en positivo, porque veo que tenemos precisamente en CGLU esta entidad, yo diría en cierta forma protectora, en cierta otra forma democrática, participativa, inclusiva, cualquiera sea el color político, digo, de los alcaldes, y por eso me complace enormemente como enviada especial del Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas poder decir esto. Y finalizo señalando que estas instituciones las realizan los seres humanos, las mujeres y los hombres que son los alcaldes, las alcaldesas y sus equipos de trabajo. Y por ello es muy importante para esta mística incorruptible que se desarrolle también una especie de código de ética para que todos y todas quienes ejercen estos liderazgos locales sepan cuál serio es el programa, el plan y el futuro que nos plantea CGLU. Gracias por todo esto, gracias desde el caucus de accesibilidad, porque finalizo con esto. Ustedes hablan de la Agenda 2030, pero también CGLU está dando carne y vida a mandatos jurídicos que entregan las convenciones internacionales, como la Convención sobre los Derechos de las Personas con Discapacidad, también la Convención Interamericana de los Derechos de las Personas Mayores, que sin duda nos hablan que la accesibilidad es un pilar y puente para el ejercicio de derechos humanos y libertades fundamentales de más de 1.000 millones de personas en el mundo con discapacidad y más de 900 millones de personas en el mundo que son adultos mayores, personas mayores. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your remarks and your engagement here, which is so critical to this conversation. And so we've heard a number of thoughtful commentary and examples of how this work is playing out practically among important stakeholders to this conversation. And with that, it is my pleasure to hand over the moderating duties to my dear colleague here from South Africa. So,
thank you very much, my dear colleague Carol, and good evening to honorable mayors and presidents of associations, to partners that are present here, secretary generals. Indeed, it's my great honor as well to moderate this session. And without wasting time, we would move directly from aspirations to shaping concrete actions around this pact for humanity that we all need. I think it's also important to remind ourselves that we are in a once-in-a-generation opportunity to really reshape our tools so that we can make a far-reaching transformative impact on dealing with the day-to-day challenges of our time. And indeed, we are the heart of multilateralism. So it will be important for us that the kind of tools we shape, they truly practicalize the pact we have. And how do we know if our pact we have is practical and meaningful? It's only if it helps us to connect these three intersecting elements, the people, planet, and government. And how do we ensure that our people are truly empowered and they play their active citizenry role? And secondly, how do we make sure that our environment that we coexist with, we don't only appreciate that it is there, but we also know that we have borrowed it to our generations that are yet to come. So it is not for us, it is for us to make sure that we leave it in a much more better situation. The last element that we need to intersect is about reshaping our governments to make sure that they can truly ensure that they demonstrate care. At the same time, they consistently and consciously pursue equality to make sure that conditions of our people are improved and also improve the ability for people to appreciate themselves, that they are true agents of change. So we now have 3 panelists to help us chisel out the practical instruments of shaping this pact. And I have the honor of inviting to take the stage Madam Rohi Malik Low, the Mayor of Banjul, to share with us the practical measures of shaping the pact for the future. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And once again, thank you, Emilia, as always. Words can't express how grateful I am or we are to you and your wonderful team, whom I always call the robots because they are always active. Dear mayors, their representatives from organized civil society, their fellow members, and members from the press. I'm sure by now, many of you will be familiar with the phrase, the feminist municipal movement. I hope many of you already had the opportunity to be inspired by its diversity, determination, and vision in the feminist municipalism session earlier today. But what does feminism, municipalism means? What does it mean to take a feminist perspective on the way we lead, on the way we do politics? What does it mean for a pact for the future of humanity? Ladies and gentlemen, feminism politics means enabling the active participation of all people, experiences, and backgrounds to ensure that all people are considered, their needs met equitably, and their unique wisdom and voices are central in decision-making processes. It means recognizing the inherent value in all people, their right to dignity, to opportunity, to care, and indeed to create. However, we cannot hope to change our current destructive and discriminated systems using the same approaches. Logics and values that shape them, we are tired of seeing the same groups benefiting and the same groups remaining in the periphery. A just and sustainable future for humanity requires us to rely on a much broader collection of actors than we traditionally see, and to break down cultural norms of who can lead and who must follow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is for this reason that I am glad to be standing here as an African woman, as a Black woman, as the president of Rafela, representing African women and girls. It is an open secret that our voices are oppressed, both historically and still today are consistently overlooked and undermined. Still today, we are fighting to have a seat at the table where our local and global agendas, our common future, are shaped. This needs to be changed, and I mean it needs to be changed right now here in the hall. Feminist is not just about women, and feminist politics is not just about women empowerment. And I keep emphasizing on this since in the morning. Indeed, women are incredibly good at empowering themselves. The fact that so many local African women leaders are here in Durban today, and I want to take that opportunity to thank my colleague mayor and to say to the people of Durban, thank you so very much for the hospitality. Despite every challenge they have with the visas processes, its testament is that they were able to come here with all those challenges. I say bravo to those African women and to all of the women. Feminist politics is about shifting power in a world where some people move across borders easily and others must jump to hoops of fire. A feminist politics means putting the focus on caring for all people, valuing them equally, caring for them equitably. As such, we need to recognize who is currently cared for in society, who matters, and who is overlooked. Women and diverse groups, persons with disabilities, children, older persons, and more so, people of color, people from the global south, remain unrepresented in leadership, locally and globally, and are the target of violence and discrimination. Ladies and gentlemen, they are the first to see their social, political, and environmental rights away in times of crisis, and the last to be consulted in governance processes. In this way, the personal is political, and the political is personal. The feminist municipal movement is a diverse, open, and colorful collection of local leaders from around the world with a diversity of agendas and priorities rooted in local knowledge and community needs. Its contribution to the Pact for the Future of Humanity is by calling for a new way of leading and a new way of doing politics, a feminist politics. Feminist municipal movements emphasize the importance of caring for all people, ensuring our cities and local citizens are built on equity, justice, and connection, in order to ensure all living things are cared for and can thrive. It empowers us to be brave and bold together. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all and urge everyone to support the movement. Good evening.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for giving us a practical expression of gender and what it means for us to give a very concrete meaning of actions of both gender in terms of male and female and how it intersects at a personal level as well as political level. It is now my honor to invite Mayor Philip Rio, the mayor of Greni. Please take the stage.
Mesdames, Messieurs, merci pour cette invitation, merci pour l'organisation et merci pour la qualité des débats qui nous animent depuis hier. Sans conteste, nous vivons un temps d'incertitude. Nous sommes à un carrefour. Vous le savez, le pire est toujours possible. Et nous sommes ici réunis pour prendre le chemin des possibles, et plus exactement, le chemin du nécessaire. Le pacte pour l'avenir de l'humanité est un récit désiré, renouvelé, universel. Dans ce pacte pour l'avenir de l'humanité, le féminisme, l'écologie et la paix sont des moteurs, des carburants pour transformer le récit qui est devant nous. Je tiens à préciser que le municipalisme féministe est aussi l'affaire des hommes. Il ne peut plus y avoir confrontation entre la moitié de la population et l'autre. C'est tout l'enjeu qui est devant nous. Nous devons aussi, dans ce municipalisme écologique, réinventer les biens communs que sont l'eau, l'énergie, mais aussi la biodiversité. Et puis, le municipalisme de la paix, la diplomatie des villes, est plus que jamais une force motrice, quand bien même, aux quatre coins du monde, résonne le bruit des bottes et le tonnerre des canons. Ce pacte pour le futur, nous le construisons maintenant, car c'est bien maintenant que nous le mettons en œuvre. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle, avec la commission Inclusion sociale, droits humains et participation, que j'ai l'honneur de co-présider avec Linda Wortmann de la ville d'Utrecht, nous mettons à votre disposition la campagne que nous lançons des 10, 100 et 1000 villes pour les droits humains. Parce que les droits humains et les villes pour les droits humains, les 80 premières villes pour les droits humains s'engagent dans ce nouveau récit, ce nouveau pacte pour l'avenir de l'humanité qui s'inscrit dans nos communes. Pour terminer, je voudrais préciser et me réjouir du dialogue renforcé que nous avons avec l'Organisation des Nations Unies, mais aussi et en même temps avec la société civile et les prises de parole qui viennent d'être, que nous venons d'entendre, est un moyen essentiel, obligatoire, que nous devons toujours tenir pour écouter la jeunesse, pour écouter les personnes qui souffrent de handicap, pour être à l'écoute aussi de celles et ceux qui vivent du mal logement, pour celles et ceux qui vivent d'une santé dégradée. C'est le sens de notre place. Nous avons donc un récit désiré, penser ensemble, agir local. Tel est le sens de notre mouvement. Merci de votre attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for giving us a practical approach to giving a face of government that cares, that listens to all, that really gives a meaning of how we liberate our collective minds to make sure that we can imagine a future in a pact that services all. So thank you very much for giving us that. The last part to intervene will be Mr. Andre Fiola, the president of the Community of Communes of the Pierre Malpierre. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Please take the stage, Mr. President.
Bien, mesdames, messieurs, j'ai conscience qu'en étant le dernier, je suis un obstacle au repas. Avant tout, j'ai tout à fait conscience de cela. Mais quelques mots. Merci pour l'invitation à cette intervention. Beaucoup l'ont dit, la crise du coronavirus, on l'a largement développée aujourd'hui, a eu des conséquences bien sûr sanitaires, mais a considérablement ébranlé nos modes de vie, nos habitudes, nos liens sociaux. Et les conséquences, ça a été dit aussi, ont touché particulièrement les plus défavorisés et les plus vulnérables. Dans ce contexte, les collectivités territoriales ont prouvé, une fois encore, leur rôle indispensable dans l'évolution souhaitée de nos sociétés vers de nouveaux modes de développement avec plus de justice sociale et le renforcement de la transition écologique. Et notre pacte présente ce modèle. La solidarité envers les hommes est essentielle pour construire cette société égalitaire et inclusive. Et cette solidarité envers les personnes les plus fragiles fait des autorités locales les acteurs clés du développement durable que nous appelons de nos vœux. Qui mieux que les acteurs locaux pour connaître les problématiques des populations de leur territoire et notamment les plus défavorisées. En tant que responsable élu d'un département en France, strate de collectivité qui a la responsabilité des politiques sociales et la protection des personnes les plus défavorisées, je veux témoigner de l'importance de la proximité de nos services publics et de l'attention portée à nos concitoyens, personnes en situation de handicap, jeunes, personnes âgées en situation, là aussi, de handicap, ou personnes en insertion, en recherche d'emploi. Eh bien, pour tous ces gens-là, les départements en France, mais nos collectivités territoriales, partout dans le monde, apportent des réponses concrètes au quotidien. Alors, nos concitoyens ont conscience du rôle des collectivités. Et aujourd'hui, il est venu le temps, et c'est le sens de notre pacte, pour le système multilatéral de reconnaître cette importance et le rôle des collectivités territoriales. Grâce au travail de CGLU et à la ténacité de sa secrétaire générale, Emilia Saiz, un rapprochement important a été opéré avec les instances multilatérales et notamment les Nations Unies. Mais je veux rebondir sur l'exemple de tout à l'heure porté par Loïc Fauchon sur cette question de l'eau. Oui, la question de l'eau est centrale, c'est une question mondiale, mais les collectivités territoriales sont les premiers intervenants sur ces sujets. Aussi, quand il nous est fait place au Forum mondial de l'eau, comme ça a été le cas au Sénégal il y a quelques mois, et comme Loïc Fauchon nous a tendu la perche pour mars 2024, eh bien, il faut saisir cette opportunité pour parler là où sont présents les États et pour qu'ils entendent nos besoins. Mais au-delà de ces forums mondiaux de l'eau, il y a au mois de mars prochain à New York, pour la première fois depuis 1977, une conférence internationale sur l'eau. Et là aussi, il faudra que les États invitent et écoutent les collectivités territoriales. Enfin, je ne veux pas être plus long, mais je veux terminer en évoquant un point qui m'est cher. Au-delà de cette reconnaissance des collectivités territoriales, c'est bien évidemment, et ça a été évoqué par la maire de Hospitalet de Llobregat tout à l'heure, la coopération décentralisée. Parce que là aussi, par l'exemple de nos coopérations, de nos relations, par l'exemple d'actions concrètes que nous menons ensemble à des niveaux différents, mais les objectifs du développement durable sont faits pour tous, nord et sud. Nous avons ensemble à atteindre ces objectifs. Eh bien, je crois fondamentalement que c'est par la coopération décentralisée, par la solidarité internationale entre nos collectivités territoriales, que là aussi, nous montrerons l'exemple et que nous serons entendus par les États. Voilà, pour toutes ces raisons, je me réjouis du travail engagé par CGLU et ses membres dans l'adoption du pacte pour l'avenir et des feuilles de route qui lui sont consécutives. Et nous devrons tous ensemble porter dans les semaines, les mois à venir, les valeurs et les priorités de ce document que nous adopterons, je n'en doute pas, au cours de ce congrès des jeunes. Merci à vous.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. for reminding us of the importance of decentralized cooperation. And thank you for reminding us of the importance that it's important for government, cities, to prioritize vulnerable groups, to also ensure that there's specific conversations for each of the territorial voices that exist. That is important for building decentralized cooperation and inclusivity for all. I would like on that note to hand over to the Secretary General to deal with the last segment of our conversation. I'm not sure if she's
I am
around
here, behind you.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Secretary General.
I'm
Over
just
to
moving
you.
around, but I thank you very much for giving me the floor, and I am really sorry that we are doing this so late in the evening because I think the quality of the interventions have been amazing, and when we started developing the Pact for the Future, we would have never dreamt that there would be such a strength, such a conviction, and such a power behind it, both from our partners, but also from our members. So just bear with me a little bit longer, because we want to do this right, and we want to make sure that everything goes on record, and that we can really show to the international community that the whole movement is embracing this pact. And to that effect, I want to invite my colleague Mehmet Duman, the Secretary General of UCLG MEWA, to make a few comments from his perspective in his region. You know, his region, the Middle East and West Asia, is a complex region that has been affected by conflict permanently. Sometimes we forget that when new conflicts arise, we think that the world has been peaceful for a very long time. The reality is that the world has not been peaceful at all, and so only a very small part of the world has been peaceful for a while, not that long either. And his region is also at the heart of one of the most important issues that we will need to transform, which is the management of migration. And so that's why, dear colleague, we have invited you to do some comments on this, because while we at the European source talk about welcoming 50, sometimes 16 people arriving to our source on a boat, you are welcoming thousands, millions of refugees in your cities. And so that's why I would like to invite you to make some comments. Then we would go to Billy Covet to give the perspective of those that have been holding our pens and our visions and putting ideas together. And then we have the pledge of a very, very, very patient co-president, the mayor of Xi'an, who is there to make the pledge on behalf of the presidency. So just a little longer, President, just a little longer. So let us start with you, Mehmet. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Working. Thank you, Emilia. Distinguished participants, dear colleagues, I'm very pleased to be part of this very important consultation towards the UN Summit of the Future and SDGs. This has been a very important debate, and we heard very inspirational remarks from our distinguished panelists. I hope our discussions today will feed into the UN Pact for the Future. I would like to particularly touch upon two topics, migration and equality. Although the reasons change, human mobility has been one of our world's most pressing realities. According to 22 World Migration Report, there are 258 million international migrants worldwide. As you all know, due to its political and socio-economic conditions, UCLG MEWA region has been experiencing an unprecedented challenge related to human mobility. Syria, from the Meva region, has been a major source of country for refugees due to the civil war. And on the other hand, Turkey from our region hosts a large number of refugees in the world. Likewise, Lebanon hosts the largest number of refugees by population, with one refugee out of every 8 persons living in the country. However, it is no more an issue of the UCLG Meva region only. With the recent conflict in Ukraine, socio-political conditions in some Latin American countries and Southeastern Asia, the long-standing human mobility from Africa to Europe, migration is now at the top of our global discussions. The pandemic has shed further light on the migration crisis. We realize that they are, as they always been, the most vulnerable groups in our societies, with less access to health services as well as basic services. So we cannot separate the issue of inequalities and migration. They constitute almost an endless cycle. But we are happy to see that the inequalities are finally drawing more attention at the global stage. Reducing inequalities is already one of the main pillars of the global goals. However, with the negative impact of the pandemic, the progressing trend of the inequalities turned into a negative outlook for the first time in the recent history. We are just 8 years away from the 2030 threshold, and we need to admit that we are off the track in terms of inequalities. So we need a global consensus on reducing inequalities, just like we have on climate change. And this global table cannot function without permanent seat for the local governments, because at the end of the day, it is the local governments that can initiate and sustain a transformational change. Thank you again for inviting me to this very important session. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Secretary General, for bringing this perspective. Billy Cobbett, thoughts, feelings?
Thank you, Secretary General. And as this is the first of the plenaries looking at the pact, you must be delighted with the resounding endorsement and elaboration that is happening. And it's very encouraging to see. We began more somber with the future has changed. Worse may still be to come. We are going backwards. We are off track. Even worse, many youth are scared of their future. This is 2022. And it's those sentiments that explains both the timing and the boldness of the pact, which a number of participants remarked on, to which we are asked to add urgency. And the key choice that we identified in the discussion today arising from the pact, and it is an essential choice, between an incessant drive of unsustainable and destructive patterns of growth, consumption, and manners of production, driving climate change, driving inequality, rewarding the same groups, or a focus on a quality of life for all that places people at the center. And that took us to the central theme of equality and care. But we added, this was echoed with a clear understanding of humanism, of ethics, caring, empathy, and solidarity is the language that resonated around this discussion, as well as universality, including accessibility. And the universality, which is a static concept horizontally, but vertically, multi-generational as well. And we had many references both to the youth and, of course, to the age in our society. So this pact will require a new mindset. First, in the constituency of local and regional government, from whence it comes, and then it needs to be exported. And it will be exported through the power of municipalism in general, but in particular by a new feminist movement in municipalities. And this is what has been re-emphasized time and time again. That's what we deliver. The base with which we engage must be a well-informed, critical, and empowered citizenship, which is a theme throughout the pact, which are the essential conditions for an exclusive partnership. And this new mindset to which reference has been made is not merely a mindset, but it is practical change of representation of new ways of doing politics. So, by way of a very short summary of this first discussion, there's no doubt that the pact, the warmth with which it's been received thus far, also implies a huge responsibility for UCLG, for local and regional governments. But equally importantly, it offers a vehicle for hope. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if there is something that I have learned working with local and regional governments is that they don't shy away from responsibility. And so you need to be ready to take that on board. And that is certainly something that we are very willing to do as a world organization. I mean, we have seen the reactions of local governments throughout the pandemic, throughout the climate emergency. So I think we are ready for that challenge. But we also want everybody to understand that it is not our intention to leave this pact to just words, that we want to transform it into action, and that process of transformation into action on the basis of the commitments that we have made will start next year. And we will need to establish a monitoring mechanism to see how we do that. But for now, the moment has come. President Lee, Mayor of Xi'an, it is your turn to do the pledge on behalf of the presidency. Thank you very much.
非常高兴啊，代表我们这个组织宣读《为了人民的未来公约》这个誓词。这个请大家认真的来读，认真的来听，听完以后真的就可以吃饭了啊。那么为了节省时间，我用英文来读。Dear colleagues, dear friends, your messages throughout the day have been received loud and clear and go hand in hand with the commitment of the pact to guarantee equality and opportunity for all, to foster universal and equitable access to public services, including housing, health, and education, to put human development with culture, peace, creativity, and equality and quality of life at the core, and to guarantee decent work and fair pay for all, to ensure that women and girls are fully empowered to achieve their full potential as citizens, to put peace at the heart of our policy and respect planarity, health, and the well-being of future generations. Today's consultation is a reflection of the interactions that we have had over the past year. We must redefine what is considered an essential service and foster the principles of universal citizenship with renewed set of cultural rights, such as the right to discover, create, share, enjoy, and protect the local community's cultural roots expressions, and resources as a building block of peace and well-being in all cities and regions. Putting people at the center in all circumstances and placing science, technologies, and artificial intelligence and entrepreneurship at the service of humanity. Particular attention is needed for cross-border localities that impact the lifestyle of many people in many cities and communities around the world. In light of this, we, local and regional government leaders, pledge to address the roots of inequality, placing gender equality, protecting the urban poor, political participations, access to services, dignity, decent work, and public space at the heart of our strategy. We also pledge to promote accessibility as a precondition to inclusion and universal housing, paying particular attention to the needs of self-constructed settlements by replacing forced evictions with policies that promote inclusion and participation. We also endeavor for the Pact to speak directly to the international development agendas beyond 2030, providing the contributions of our organized constituency to the UN Summit of the Future and SDG Summit, putting people and equality at the center. Thank you for taking part in these conclusive consultations for the Pact for the Future for People, which we will, as such, bring to the World Council for approval. I ask you all to consider this plaque made on behalf of our organization.